Good morning. Welcome to the Tennessee Certified Trainer Meeting. Today is June the 15th, 2022. I'm the Executive Director, Cody Vest, for the Detection Services Licensing Program. I'm going to call this meeting to order. First thing on the agenda is we need to approve our agenda. Do I have a motion?
A motion.
To approve the agenda.
I second it.
Curtis. All right, we have a motion by Jack Bird, a second by Curtis Brown to approve the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. The next thing on the agenda is the minutes for the March the 4th, 2022 meeting to review and adapt. Did anybody have any corrections to the meeting, to the minutes? All right, I'll take a motion to approve.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Frank Lax and a second by Donald Gregory to adopt the minutes for the March the 4th, 2022 meeting. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes have it. All right. Now we will do a roll call, or I will. Leroy Ferris. Present. Frank Gaddis. Present. Blaze Lane.
Present.
Angel Rodriguez.
Present.
Jack Bird.
Present.
Frankie Lax.
Present.
Donald Gregory.
Present.
Curtis Brown.
Present.
January, February.
Present.
I'm sorry.
Love you too, Cody.
I'm sorry, January. It just felt January. February. I'm so, what is Dennis's last name?
Farrell.
What's his last name? Dustin Madison. All right. Let the record show that Dustin Madison is not present, but we do have a quorum. First thing on our agenda was updates on current training curriculum, but I'm going to turn this section over to our Assistant Commissioner Alex Martin to discuss several things, including the Governor's Executive Order 97.
Thanks, Cody. Great to be here this morning. Great to see you all. Enjoyed meeting a few of you in the lobby beforehand. Before we jump into discussion of the Governor's recent Executive Order 97 and discussion of school safety and active shooter training, first just wanted to offer my thanks and appreciation to this group. I know that y'all have met several times and have volunteered your time, your input, and your experience to get us to where we are today. I know we're very close to a final worked product as we work to streamline and uniform, make a uniform training for guards across the state. So just want to say that I really appreciate the expertise and all the time offered. So for those of you who don't know, obviously we've had some tragic shootings recently in the country, specifically in the school shooting in Uvalde. The Lee administration is focused on the issue of school safety. For those of you who are not aware of some of the things that Lee administration has done in the last few years, one of the governor's first actions was to establish additional grants for SRO officers and deploy over 200 SRO officers to Tennessee schools and to double investments for school safety in Tennessee. So with the string of recent shootings, the governor issued Executive Order 97. And so that's a fairly comprehensive executive order. I would encourage you all to go and check that out and watch the press conference if you've not had an opportunity to do so. As it relates to our conversation today and the Division of Regulatory Boards, we have been tasked with issuing a report to the governor's office evaluating the use of guards in Tennessee schools, and specifically training around active shooter training and response to these types of tragic events. So we're in the process of gathering feedback, not only from groups like this one, obviously a large stakeholder being the trainers for this profession, being the leaders, but we're also talking to schools and law enforcement. And for those of you who may not know, another kind of side of the house within Commerce and Insurance is we've got the Post Commission, which does all the standards and training for law enforcement. So we're communicating on that side as well. So we wanted to spend about 30 to 45 minutes this morning getting reactions and having a little discussion about this important topic. And for those of you who've already written in, I know we've received a lot of written response already, so we certainly appreciate that. And we'll be incorporating a lot of that feedback into our report. So that kind of tees up the conversation. Why don't we start with some conversation around what active shooter training are you all currently offering to guards, and what does that landscape currently look like?
I'll start. I only do it with companies that ask for it, and I do it to a lot of private businesses. I use a format that's by the National Tactical Officers Association. It's been around for years. It is very much like the one that was supposed to be put into effect in Texas, but that town did not follow it. But again, it's only on request, and it is not a lot of companies that do that. But I've got one company that has 2 security guards in a school already. They're former Metro police officers, and I've worked with them when they were first hired to go to the school that's in Davidson County.
Armed or unarmed?
Armed.
Is that training that you're offering on request, is that over and above the 16 initial hours?
Absolutely.
And how long is that?
It depends on what they want. Minimum, it's 8 hours. It can be more than that, depending on how many, if they want scenario-based and what all they want. Sometimes it goes to the actual location and teaches, I'll just say, what the layout of that particular place is and how to enter and how to go through it in a quick manner.
Ask a quick follow-up. Is that training that's for the businesses? Is that for the security personnel as well as the other personnel that work for the business, or just security?
Most of that is what I call deny, avoid, and defend. Some people call it something different, but that is for the occupants of the business or location who are not security officers and who are not armed.
Thank you.
Jesse, sorry, Mr. Byrd. Jesse, that's a great question, and I think we want to evaluate and make sure we discuss for the occupants and the folks who are working there every day at the business, but also specifically as it relates to what training the guards are being taken through. Jack, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no. I think many of you are familiar. We use the Alert platform. It's a platform that was developed by Texas A&M University. It started out as a law enforcement only. It stands for Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Tactics. So I know several of you are instructors in it as well. We adapted that. It's also an 8-hour course. It has the physical practicum, though, as a requirement, which makes it different than some of them. We don't let them actually choose. You can't just do a classroom portion for active shooter.
Can you describe what the physical practicum is?
So they actually would go in and participate with simunitions and actually work on formations of how to enter and clear a room, stuff like that. Stuff that goes well beyond what an average guard would do, an armed guard would do at a firing range just to qualify. Specifically indoors in a scenario like we use the old Macy's building in Antioch. So that's one of our options, which is now becoming a school, ironically.
And this is for your the alert is just for security guards, is that correct?
It's also, if the off-duty law enforcement officers that were working as SROs haven't already had it, we require it as well at our schools. Schools and churches both, that's where we really push it a lot, but we also have some healthcare facilities where we require that as well. And again, to their point, most of this is dictated by the client at their request. They want that at their facility. They're willing to pay for the extra training.
So everybody else, feel free to jump in on this topic. So I think twice we've heard it's around an 8-hour training. I'm curious, as a layman, is there any type of national certification or curriculum or sort of standardized, nationally recognized active shooter training? Is anybody aware of something along those lines?
Alert is nationally accredited. I mean, it's used in all the states for law enforcement training. They have a civilian adaptation. That's where the model came for the avoid, deny, defend, which is now defend, deter, defend, deny, now whatever the new phrase is. But It's nationally accredited as far as the post standards goes. I don't know that there's one for security guards yet.
I know in Knox County, the Knox County schools, the security officers that they have in there, and I've been trying to get in touch with them and let them know and alert them, but they've been operating without the armed security officer's card, working in the schools. 150 officers, and none of them are certified through the state. So I know they don't have any active shooting training. They're training. They don't even have training. They hire them, give them a badge and a gun, and put them in the schools.
Thank you for that comment. And so the way I understand it, those guards are employed directly by the school system? Yeah.
The company I work for is a big global security company, and we do the alert as well because we have all the state and federal contracts for courthouses. Every guard goes through the alert. I'm like Leroy. I offer it to clients if they ask for it. I use the IS 907, which is the FEMA active shooter training, and it's basically 8 hours long. Some places I know you can go online and watch DHS's active shooter video, which is just basically called, Run, Hide, and Fight. That's about 2 hours long. But as far as it getting a standard guard at a place, unless the client asks for it, then that's when we offer it.
I've been a long-time member of As Is, who's a pretty big player in the security industry for standards. That is the issue, is there is no real national standard for security guards that's out there. It's state by state, primarily because the laws differ from state to state is what you're going to see. But they've been actively working on that for probably 20 to 25 years now. And that hasn't come to fruition as of yet.
Yes, and basically the as-is that Angel's talking about. To comment on the school security, I've acted as a consultant for the Jackson-Madison County School System. Mr. Winfrey can confirm that I've helped several schools in West Tennessee obtain their proprietary security guard organizations that have set up security departments with the school system, which that's available through Mr. Winfrey and Ms. Bass there. And so there's a lot of schools that are setting up their departments, and I've certified them as employees of the school system. So in Jackson-Madison County, not only do they have their own security, which are licensed with proprietary, I have the contract through my firm. We have armed security officers in every school in addition to the school resource officers. So in West Tennessee, that seems to be the direction the school system are going, is setting up the proprietary security guard organization and then finding trainers like us to train them and certify them. And once again, I've supplementing that with my firm, MaxCard. So that's the direction it seems to be going prior to the tragic shootings last year. So I will continue to be doing that with some schools with my security firm and also as a consultant. So the gentleman here that talked about the school that has security officers, that's probably the direction that they should go since they employ their own. They just may not be aware that they need to do that.
Yes, ma'am. I do some active shooter training, but also because I'm still with the Memphis Police Department, I try to balance, are we going to be trying to train security officers to the levels we train police officers, or maybe somewhere in between? And I've heard of Alert and many other opportunities to train people. And my thoughts was, and I shared this briefly with Jeff in some comments, is that will we need to be certified in some active shooter instructor and have that actual credential? and then how much time are we going to devote toward it, and then what type of training. There's PowerPoint training, and then there's sim training, and that obviously requires more resources, more time in order to do that. And whatever we decide on, that will give us a direction to run in. Currently, what I generally do with the active shooter, and I'm talking about businesses that just want to know what could we do. Generally, it's just like an hour and a half PowerPoint, and I just simply make them aware of what an active shooter is, what their employees should do, and then I tell them if you want a more in-depth response, that would be an 8-hour class, and then we could get into, some scenario-based training. So I think this is good that we're trying to iron out just exactly what do we want to do and how do we want to offer it, and do we need to be certified or and I want to make sure if I get a certification, which is no problem, I just want to get one that meets the criteria so that I can offer it and make sure that it's consistent with what the governor has signed the bill on, that we can offer our employees. Because, we also do proprietary, we also do contract security. And so it's a little bit broader on the contract side other than the schools who might be proprietary employees. So I'm looking forward to more information on this.
To tag along on what Donald's saying, I know that a lot of reason you won't see very many people offering this. The sim training aspect, when you do force-on-force training, your insurance rates go through the roof. It's very expensive for even the small trainers. So you're not going to find a wide variety of folks that are offering the sim training. We do it at the range that I'm partnered with, but you could probably hold up two hands and count on many places across the state that actually do the force-on-force training.
So I think we've had some good initial reaction to kind of what is being offered in the current landscape. One of the things I'd like to maybe drill down into a little bit is, and I realize there's been some changes to this industry here recently and related to guard training, and that there's already staffing issues that I'm sure many of the companies are dealing with on that side of things. But do you all see the need for, if a guard is specifically working or on post at a school, and again, I'm just asking the question, this isn't legislation or something that is a done deal, just want honest reaction, for that guard to have a requirement of additional active shooter training? And if so, what does this group think that should look like?
I think it'd be helpful, but it requires, that's why most of the businesses are asking for the training. It really requires beyond the guard to be involved in a workplace violence program. So doing it just for the guard and not doing it for the business provides absolutely no value.
Commissioner, as a policy, as I mentioned ago, I'm a consultant for the Jackson County School System. In addition, I have a contract security guard service. And the proprietaries that I've helped get their license, that have their own security department. So if one of my armed security officers through MaxGuard, my contract security guard company, is assigned to the school, they train along with the employees and along with the sheriff's office, school resource officers, and they have additional above and beyond training that was already in place before they work in the schools. So all that training is trained together through a cooperation with the sheriff's office and my firm. And so first we get the training done that's required by the state to get licensed. Then before I assign them to the schools, they go through additional active shooter training and school security training above and beyond what's required by the state. So, like I mentioned before, I think that the state of West Tennessee in particular has been going above and beyond what they have to as far as security in West Tennessee prior to these tragic shootings. So a lot of the schools in West Tennessee are already up in their security and finding funding through the county commission of each county to put school resource officers, and also monies for private security and their employees to have their in-house security through federal grants and everything. So you can, report back to the governor's office that in West Tennessee area, they've already stepped up the security measures in a lot of counties. I can name Madison County and Carroll County, several other counties that have started their own in-house security that I've helped get them licensed through Mr. Winfrey. So yeah, there is a lot of schools that have started taking steps last year to secure their schools in West Tennessee.
Sir, just to clarify there, so that additional training, is that something that your firm requires, or you're saying those specific school districts are requiring?
Well, I have dual roles. So I have a contract security guard service that does Jackson Madison County School System, which is a really big school system. So my employees through MaxGuard that are signed through the contract go through additional training along with the school security, along with the sheriff deputies that are school resource officers. I served on the Post Commission, so I'm well aware of what you have to do to be a school resource officer. However, the sheriff's office has a training facility there where all of my MaxGuard officers are employed by me, and then also the school employees are going through additional training there on the local level before they will take their post in the school. So yes, this training is already being done, started last year as we worked on a lot of those proprietary schools. So yes, but it's not required by Department of Commerce and Insurance. So we're kind of, through my firm and through some of the schools that I consult for, we're already doing a lot of that.
From my understanding of the executive order, there was going to be a large allocation of funds to hardening the schools. Have you received hardening to more in favor of really hardening the schools before you go out and do additional training?
I think that's something that's certainly being looked at in next year's budget. As it relates to our specific portion of the report, it would relate just to armed guards in the area that our department has authority over. But I'm sure that option and route is being discussed at the highest levels. So just to clarify here, it sounds like there's some consensus that there's possibly a need for this training, but that with how packed that initial 16 hours is, it's certainly an over and above piece, and that I think I've consistently heard 8 hours from 4 or 5 of you, not really feasible for that to be placed into the existing hours just for licensure. It sounds like there's consensus there.
Correct.
I
so
agree.
If I jump in, as someone who does still have kids in these schools, the 16 hours, there's no time to put active shooter training in there, or even active threat, because, hey, sometimes they have a knife or a vehicle. But I definitely think it's necessary, and being that kids are our most valuable resource, I don't say that any guard who passes the current 16 hours is even remotely capable of being inside that situation, as the current program for the security guard training, whether you're unarmed or armed, is to detect, deter, report. Being an active shooter scenario, we completely change, and it is it is more of an offensive versus a defensive maneuver, and that is an entirely different mindset. And so I absolutely agree that at minimum 8 hours of just real aggressive active shooter training, and not to say anything about RSOs or SROs, but in the past 2 major shootings, they have not been enough, I'll say. And that goes for Parkland and the one in Texas. So something has to be done, because what we have currently is clearly not working out.
Let me jump in. It seems to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, but not just in the state departments across the U.S., the county sheriff's departments, and the local city. I know I can speak very precise for Knox County and Knoxville, that the training is nil for as far as active shooting is concerned. They may send one or two people to the FBI academies, but they don't initialize it and put it into their each department. Knox County Sheriff's Department and KPD, Knoxville Police Department, has their own training facility, but they don't focus in on the active shooter training. The SROs that are in the schools don't get that, and their role in there most of the time, instead of being a deterrent by being seen throughout the school halls and patrolling outside the exterior and exterior portions of the schools and the properties, they are inside in the office just watching computers in the monitors and playing games on the computers. This is, you can pull up the school cameras and see them sitting in there. Very rarely will you see them walking in school buildings, the school properties. This is a problem, and it's not just for the school resource officers and the security officers at Knox County Schools, employees themselves, 150 of them. They don't get any training. I have been trying to get in touch with them, the school boards, the new, what they call them, chief of security, Knox County School Security. All of them, they hired some yahoo out of California who knows nothing about our school system or the school board or any of the people there, just because he was a Marine, which has nothing to do with the security of a school. So we've dropped the ball as far as stepping up our education, as far as commissioning school boards, our school and superintendents, our sheriffs, and all this. They've taken no interest in securing the future of our kids. And as far as training, making sure we go above and beyond the training, say a minimum of 8 hours. I'm saying 16 hours. Active shooting is something that is, like he said, we change the standard when we incorporate active shooting into our certified training program. So that changes things a little bit when we have to deal with that. I think that the governor and the representatives need to mandate and make this a law that all police agencies and security officers that are going to be working in a school system, period, it needs to be required that they incorporate and that they put into their lessons, into their academies, active shooter training. And if they don't, then they need to be debunked, decertified, or they don't need to go into the school. If it's something that's going to be mandated, it's something that's going to save lives, then it's something that needs to be done, period.
Thanks for those comments. I want to jump back, if the group doesn't mind, to some comments that Mr. Lane made, which I think is an astute observation and something worthy of discussion. So in a lot of the other training, the focus is on de-escalation, whereas, as you mentioned, in this 8-hour, 16-hour training, whatever we're discussing for the active shooter situation, there's pretty significant mode change from a defensive posture to potentially a more aggressive or offensive posture. Obviously, if kids' lives are on the line, I think most folks would recognize the sensitivity of that situation and the difference from, hey, somebody got out of hand at a bar. Obviously, a very different scenario there. So, what are the thoughts? Around? I mean, that's a pretty significant mode change. I don't really know how else to describe it to the group. What are the reactions and thoughts to Mr. Lane's comments?
He's absolutely right. I mean, it doesn't. The parallel there is just as equally true for law enforcement. Historically, and say what you will about this, we stick SROs with the people that didn't make it on the street. I'm just being honest. That's what happened. People that didn't want to do patrol or wanted the day shift, very rarely was it someone who was selected primarily for that role. In security, we have to take a little bit different approach because it's not a cookie cutter here. We can't just plug and play and let it go, as with a deputy case. Absolutely, he's right, and that's why we have always kind of failed in law enforcement, because we used it as a dumping ground. Historically, that's what happened. But here, whenever we're talking about security guards, absolutely the same level of focus needs to go into recruiting and who we put in there. Say what you will, I'm going to take some heat on this, but I absolutely think the ones that go into certain roles here have to be vetted more and should undergo a psychological. Absolutely, the same way that we do unilateral with law enforcement. In certain positions whereby we stick them in a school, we have to know that when the switch is flipped, that they're willing to flip that switch. They're willing to go from the defense, and go on the offense. And since I have it, just to answer both questions previously, do I think that it should be should it be regulated? Yes, absolutely. And do I think that an 8-hour is a minimum? Yes.
I agree with what Jack said. I mean, part of the issue is for a person in that role, and you're correct, the response is offensive when there is someone who is actively hurting and taking lives, and that is to stop the timeline of violence. It takes a special mindset for someone to do that. Many police do not have that, even though they are the police. So that's, I think, the biggest issue, and you're more likely, if you do have some training and you do it in a proper way, where I'll say security officers are given the simulation type training where they can go through with the mindset and the distraction of the noise and the chaos, even though it's all just simulation, they might be more likely to respond in the way if it actually happened. Doesn't mean they will, but they're more likely to do it. If there is no training, they're less likely, I'll just say overall. That's my personal opinion of training people for years in the military, law enforcement, and civilians, and I've trained a lot. Doesn't mean I'm any good at it. It just means I've seen a lot, if that's all. I'm just saying. But I do realize if you practice something enough times, you are more likely to respond that way. Doesn't mean you will, but you're more likely.
I'm in agreement.
I agree with what Leroy and Blaze and the rest of them have said. Adding to that, like he said, if it's taught, then, and we keep going through it through in-service training once a year. All officers and security officers are supposed to go through their training once a year. If this is reinforced every year, it becomes muscle memory. You put it to memory. And when something happens like that, you're prepared. You're always preparing for the worst, and when the worst doesn't happen, that's great. But when the worst comes, you're prepared to do so. But my thing is, it has to be a uniformed training all the way across the state that goes for law enforcement and security. So if it happens, you have the security officers and the law enforcement officers that are in there, they're all on the same page. Law enforcement can't get different training than what the security officers are, and then the different protocols, they clash and they bump heads, and then nothing gets done. And then we're still right back in the same boat where we were, as if there had been no training at all. So whatever we decide and whatever the government comes up with, it has to be uniform for everybody across the state. So we're all on the same page, so we don't have the oopses like they had in Texas, where the school chief didn't have his radio, didn't think he was in charge, and the other different scenarios that went on through that. If we're all unified, the same way we did with doing our security officers training, unified, one test, one way, one answer sheet all the way across the state, we also have to do the same thing, incorporating this active shooter training. That's just my opinion.
I know this has nothing to do with training, but I want to echo what Jack was talking about the SRO officers, and explain a little bit about my role and why I'm in the role that I am as a consultant with my contract security guard firm and helping set up proprietaries in some of the counties in West Tennessee. Jack's right. Most of the school resource officers didn't make it on the street for whatever reason. And the problem we have in school security with SRO officers, since Jack and some others brought it up, this is what I dealt with, and I think it needs to be told. There is a reason why Jackson Madison County and Carroll County and those counties reached out to me to help them. And it's very simple. You have a sheriff, an elected sheriff, who is in charge of the deputies that are SOO officers. And then you have a superintendent that's in charge of the school system. And they get lawyers involved, and they have a memorandum of understanding that is not, you can't understand it. And so when the superintendent wants to tell the sheriff that his deputy needs to do A, B, and C and get out of that room and stop looking at that computer and their phone, then you have, well, you don't tell my deputy what to do. He works for me. You have that power struggle, and that is a big problem. So that's why they reached out to me. My Max Guard officers, their security, they're in the halls, they're patrolling the halls, there's a security plan put in place, while these SRO officers are in their offices looking at their phones. That's why a lot of these schools are going to the private sector, because they're wanting to secure their schools. So to echo what Jack's talking about, a lot of these SRO officers are useless.
They don't care.
They're useless. And so that's why, but I think that, yes, when we assign, we do additional training for school security. We set up a security plan, and I did say the deputies and the sheriff's office is involved. However, when the sheriff and their supervisors are gone, there's nobody to supervise the deputy, and the principals and the superintendents are not allowed to be able to tell them what to do. So there's a power struggle, and I don't know. I'm not a legislator, so I don't know how to fix any of this stuff. But that's one of the biggest problems we have in our schools.
To tag on to Mr. Lax, even the SROs go through post-certified training. And now, if you're going to have private security involved in the schools, I think that should be a consideration too, that they should be hard to go to what replace what you have with someone who's less qualified.
Hey, appreciate the comments so far. As it relates to SROs, we certainly appreciate all law enforcement as well as our security industry, and I think the approach taken by the governor's office is to look at a holistic solution and to recognize that there's not any one right answer, and that it's going to take everybody pulling in the same direction to address this key issue. So to kind of come back to something that we've maybe touched on lightly here. So I think we've had some conversation about the public school system as it relates to private schools, who, in my understanding, wouldn't have an SRO or any other type of public officer there. Does anybody have experience on that front, working with a non-public school, and just what's the landscape there like?
It's whatever they request. I mean, effectively, we would draw up a plan for them, and whatever we agree on, it'd be no different than any other client. Outside of the fact that we would obviously encourage the extra training, we would encourage the active shooter or require it, or we wouldn't take the contract. Many of not only our insurance companies wouldn't allow us to perform the function there, but also the school. Their insurance company probably wouldn't allow the functions there without a certain rubric of training being met, or at least they shouldn't. So there's not a standard, if that's the question, but I would think that there's no difference between public or private as far as requirements on behalf of the state.
But you all are certainly working with private schools as well, as kind of the nature of my question. Are we doing, or is there any, have we noticed the difference?
I have contracts with private schools in the Jackson area.
So you do work with both
right.
the public school system as well as some of the private schools in the area?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's the same. Even the private schools in Knox County, they require armed security officer and going through the state required training and anything above and beyond that. But right now, they only require just the minimum, what the state requires. There's no additional training. And since we've not had a lot of active shooting, any school shootings out there in Knox County, it's not been a requirement for active shooter training.
I'm in the Memphis, Shelby County area, and I do training for some private schools, but they're proprietary. their officers are hired by that school, and then they send them to me. But as he mentioned, generally what they're focused on is to get the mandatory 16 hours in their gun training. There's been, up till this point, no active shooter expressed in doing that. So that would be either somewhere we have to carve out some time within that 16 hours or maybe add time to it in order to do it. But that's generally what I see with the private schools is they tend to have either a contract security company provide their officers or they're proprietary.
I did some work for a private school, not to mention a name, but they did the armed guard training, and their classroom was 2 weeks, and I go every quarter to requalify them, and they do have active shooter training.
I think we've covered an awful lot of ground. I appreciate y'all being engaged in the discussion. Cody, Jesse, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but are there other questions?
I had a couple kind of procedural questions, maybe. I've heard alert and as is. Was that the other one that people are using? Do they certify or train trainers to provide their trainings, or do they send their own people to do the trainings? Does that make sense?
Alert.
Alert has trainers they send for their courses? Okay.
But they train the trainer. ASIS doesn't have a designated course yet.
When these organizations either certify trainers or send their trainers out to train guards, do they certify the guards at that point? Do they give them a certificate or anything else to show that they've completed the training?
Correct.
So you give
The instructor does.
The instructor does. Okay. How does it expire? Is there any type of?
No.
Okay. So it's just kind of an indefinite. Do they have any recommendations of how often any of these organizations, these national organizations, do they recommend how often you should take these trainings?
I mean, alert you're going to see come up more often than not than every 40-hour in-service at a law enforcement agency is what the requirement is there. They're reintroduced to the 4-hour refresher.
Got one called Alice. It's just a classroom, and there's no expiration. I mean, there's tons of them out there.
Right.
I mean, I went through one that was a 40-hour classroom to be an instructor, and it was out of Louisiana, and it was called a rapid response development, and we did kicking indoors, we did sim training, but to keep that certification up, I had to go every 2 years.
So you do as the trainer, though, not the guards?
Yes.
Okay.
But there's, right now, off a tab, are we just talking about schools only, or are we going to keep all this for everybody? Because if you do just a school and you focus on that, they're going to lock down, and then that shooter's going to go somewhere else to a softer target. And they're not stupid. They know this stuff. We're giving them this information. So I think, in my opinion, businesses should do it too. We as a security company, especially the company I work for, we have clients that are hospitals, we have malls, we have businesses. I mean, they're big corporations. And to have a guard go in there and say, hey, especially unarmed, if something happens, what are you going to do? And they're like, I don't know, what should I do? So I think it's something that we need to really focus on. Not just schools only, because that's the wrong mindset. Everybody needs to do it. And we can stop this.
Are there any other trainings that schools have asked for, whether it's public or non-public schools, private schools? Any specific, even if it's not active shooter training, something that they want tailored for their program?
CPR is one of them.
CPR. Anything else?
CPR, the bomb threat classes. Usually we'll do a complete ERT course, which focuses on just drills. We'll come in as a contractor or consultant and do all of their drills for them.
That's like the emergency drills, tornado, everything else? Okay. Okay. I think that's good.
Hey, thank y'all so much for the time and allowing us to interrupt and get time on the agenda here. Again, appreciate this group volunteering your time and being part of the effort to unify the training that we're offering across the state. Obviously, this is an important issue and wanted to be able to get feedback from the experts. So, again, just appreciate y'all's time. If you think of something else, feel free to reach out to me, Cody, Jesse, Jeff, and share that with us as we continue to draft this report and make a recommendation to the governor's office. So thank y'all for letting me pop in.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Assistant Commissioner. We appreciate that. And I appreciate everybody's input. If you look at your agenda now, we're going to go back to it. Number one was update on the current training curriculum. Pardon me.
I will jump in here. I have reviewed the entire training curriculum, as you all are aware. I've reviewed it with you all and then separately, and I've sent this up the chain in legal since there's other questions. At this point, based on the changes that happened from Dallas's law, I think that legal, big picture legal, wants to see what changes need to happen or are going to be discussed prior to re-reviewing it again. So it is moving up the chain. I have reviewed this, as you all know, several times. I think that we're in a good place with it. At this point, there's just a discussion about if anything changes based on these current law changes that will go into effect soon.
I'm not sure everyone in the room holds that same sentiment about it being in a good place.
Oh, about the training curriculum?
Correct.
Can I jump in? I want to start at the end before we start at the beginning. If we did one great thing out of this committee, we got a one-page trainer certificate, regardless of whatever training we add or subtract or put on.
Well, I can
'Cause
tell you, let me
one of the things that came out of it,
interrupt you right there, Angel. We're looking at, with all these changes we got to make for Dallas law and whatever else is coming up, I already discussed it with you, we were probably going back to 2 separate forms.
Well, the reason I say that is, from my understanding on the basic read of Dallas law, that it is a subset of a subset. It applies not to all security officers, but just to folks that are in an establishment that serves alcohol.
That's why you need 2 forms.
Well, the other part I remember about
Called
it,
discrimination.
the other part I remember about it is, not disagreeing, please. The other part I remember about it is that there's going to be now a requirement for unarmed guards to renew every 2 years, and it basically eliminates the PSO program in essence. So it would basically take another line to say unarmed guard renewal, de-escalation, and those techniques in CPR. You got 3 more check boxes to add underneath the main line, and we're done. So if I'm going to fight for one thing in the room, that's the one I'm going to go to the mat for, because it was one thing that really came out good out of this committee. This form is simple. It's not too wordy. And I knew that was going to change. And here's the other thing is, my honest question is this: how long is it going to take CORE to change to adopt all of these changes as well? Because that's another thing we're going to be faced with. So, Ms. Vest, sorry, I did no disrespect
okay.
at all.
No,
please.
That's fine. I can answer some of that. We're already working on the CORE changes. The law goes into effect January 1st of 2023. We cannot sit here and wait on it. We have to move now. We're doing that. And we are going to go around the state doing seminars to try to get everybody in, try to get them to understand what's happening. Because I just couldn't see mailing out 40,000 letters to security guards. I mean, it just wasn't feasible. So you probably already got, or you will be getting the letter in the mail to all trainers, all companies, and all contract security companies, all PSOs, and attached to that is the Dallas law. So we've got to get out there and get as fast as we can. This is our first step. The second step that we're taking is you get a notice for renewal. We used to call it a renewal form. But it says, hey, it's time for you to renew. Go online and renew. Well, we're going to adjust that particular form to put some of the Dallas law on it that has to tell the guard what has to be done. Then we're going to concentrate. It's going out on the internet, so that's 2 places. We've already talked with our media representative, and hopefully we'll get some of that started as well. Then the application is being changed. We think we'll have an application for the PSO, let's say a church or somebody of that organization type, and then we'll have another PSO, and I attached the A to the end of it, PSOA, which simply stands for alcohol. That has to be a separate form there. We are going to review the training form. We've already talked about it. There are some people that do not agree with that. We will try our best to keep it one form, but I'm going to go on record right now. I'm not a trainer, but I don't like the training form. I never did like the training form. But that's the form that you voted on, so that's the form that we're using. But it depends on what all has to be put on there. Because you're going to have a security guard who's just a normal unarmed security guard who has to go get his 4 hours. I got that. Then now he's got to have refresher training every 2 years. Then you got to change that hat and go over here to this security that they have to have. The de-escalation, the CPR, the active shooter, I'm not even going to address that yet. So all that's...
I have one to show. I have a question when you get done.
I'm done.
Okay. I like the one form. Y'all do what you want to do. Evidently, it's not going to matter what we say. But I vote for the one form. It's easy. And if you change a form, and we did this when we first started, you know, if we don't teach people how to use this, they're going to jack it up. But on this new law, is it just basically focusing on PSOs, or is it going to make every security guard, no matter what you have all these things? That's my question.
Well, it's actually broken down in two parts, and Jesse can talk to you more about it. The one I'm concentrating on is just the normal unarmed security guard that you have out there who did his 4 hours. He's required, which they do not require, to have refresher training today. They now, as of January 1st, will have to have refresher training.
I'm all for that.
Well, I think that's 2 hours additional training, if I'm
I'll
not
give them
mistaken.
4.
Great.
I'm all for that. I've been fighting that for years. They all need it because...
And I had asked several of you that question. Due to the volume now that we're going to have, do we have enough trainers out there? Do we have enough hours in which we will be addressing as that? That's additional 2 hours.
How many of y'all train 5 days a week?
You have enough good trainers.
I have 2 trainers that do 5 days a week.
So you don't just do your company?
Well, that's that week. Then the Saturday and Sunday, I'll do something else.
But that's part of trying. So this is what you're saying here, Frank. Is Frank has a large company, so of course his security guards he's bringing in, they're going to be trained. But do I send 20,000 people to you for additional?
Hold up. I volunteered at least half of those.
Saturday and Sunday, you're not going to be able to handle it.
Monday through Friday.
This is all over the state now, I have to say. Well, yeah, but there's more trainers than just what's sitting on this committee. Obviously. So I just wanted to make sure. It doesn't make any difference, but it has to be done. But what we're going to run into, but the form that we're going to send out that says, hey, it's time, take a look at this. Excuse me. We're going to tell them to go ahead and get that training. Don't wait till you come up for renewal, because it's good for a year. You have it done today. It's good to today, June the 25th, 2023. It's good, so they can go ahead and start getting this. But I'm going to let Jesse handle the rest of that Dallas law.
Okay.
And one other thing. And to your statement, it does make a matter to, that's why you're here. I'm taking an advisement. I don't like that training form. I've told you that. Now, that's fine, but you got it. But now we've got to review it. We've got more to put on it. And we got members sitting on this committee right here that don't fill it out properly.
And you need
Well, yeah.
to take their license away.
I do have a question
I'll do
about
it.
about the training form specifically. Do you think the state would ever make the PDF editable version, but also put auto locking features in it, where you can't put letters in the number section and like some basic stuff here to make this easier and provide
Yes,
it?
we're looking at that too. That's the difference. Going to be with technology or whatever. We're going to be working with our IT department real close. I've always wanted you to be able to go on your computer and go ahead and upload your own training forms to a site. We kind of semi have that now, where everybody's sending it in, but we're doing it. Yes, I think the form ought to be online, where you go ahead and put it in there, read only or whatever you call it, so it won't. But it needs to be put on our state computer. You would be the only people that would have access to that code to go into it. Yes, we've worked on that too. It's not ready yet.
You think that'll come into play before January 1?
No, there's just a whole lot of work needs to be done, and that won't be one of them. That's not high priority. Our working with IT right now is simply to get the law changed, get whatever documents have to be changed. Any forms that we have to do has to go before a forms committee. There's other people above us that have to look at everything that we're going to be doing, and all that takes time. So that's why I say we're moving on it right now.
That's what I'm saying. We've already started looking at it. In terms of the actual training form, though, we haven't sat down and said, here's what it should look like. I mean, we've kind of broad strokes talked about, like, here's what we need to add to it to make it look this way. We've kind of talked about some different ideas of whether that's a 1-page or a 2-page. But I think one of the things, and it segues a little bit into Dallas's law, and I think part of the CPR question that I think was kind of mentioned, one thing that we've discussed is a change in the cards. As you all know right now, there's an exemption for PSOs that unarmed security guards at PSOs don't have to have the required 4 hours of training. When those guards come to us, their card says for PSO use only. So that guard shouldn't be able to then go work for a contract security company unless they've gotten that 4 hours of training. If they've actually gotten the training, we don't put that on there. We don't put that PSO only. But we do try to break it down that way. One, so the employer can see it and look at it and kind of be tipped off there that, hey, maybe there's some deficiency here. But, our investigators look at that as well. And then, so that does help us out. But obviously with that exemption being removed, we are getting rid of that type of application question. We're changing the card, and then something we've looked at with the cards then as well is, if your guard has got that CPR training and that de-escalation training, instead of where it said PSO only, we're going to add to the card de-escalation training, CPR first aid training. So that way, that should also help contract security companies and PSOs at that point, as well as, obviously our investigations unit. But that should help you all, especially that operate contract security companies. So you shouldn't be putting someone on post for if they're working in one of these bars or premises or establishments that serves liquor by the drink, because you've got that card and you can look at it and say, hey, this person's certified. If that guard doesn't have that on there, you say, okay, he's not certified. We can't put him on this post. So I do think that some of those changes we can kind of easier just swap one out for the other. So maybe that won't be necessary for 2 pages at that point. But I do think we'd like to get the form done probably around the same time we're doing some of these seminars if possible, or at least an idea, so that way we can talk to people about this form, what it's going to look like as well.
The de-escalation training, the CPR training, is that in addition to the 4 hours, or is that to be included in their 4-hour guard training?
So the way that I read the statute, and this is my legal opinion, what I've advised our department, it's a separate subsection. And with it being a separate subsection, this has to be additional. So we've already outlined under the 4 hours, 1 hour orientation, 1 hour legal powers, 1 hour emergency procedures, 1 hour general duties. Separate subsection says within 15 days of employment, you're doing these 2 additional things. And that's only for those guards that have to do that. So one thing that we do have to figure out, because it was not enumerated in this statute, I'm not sure why it wasn't done that way, but we can fix it with a rulemaking. It's never covered in there. The statute doesn't say a 2-hour CPR class and 2-hour de-escalation. So that's one concern that we've had. One question that I've raised is, what does that look like? CPR certification, great. That's an easy box to check, because we know, if you're certified by American Red Cross, that's an easy box to check. They changed it under the last amendment to say CPR training, first aid training. So we do need to figure out, and that's something that we would like your input on. What would an appropriate training course look like? Is that a 30-minute course? Is that a 4-hour course? I think that we can easily put in our rules that we've already looked at promulgating, saying if you're CPR certified, that's above what probably a training course is going to look like. You're good to go. But all those other guards who the company says, we don't want to send them to American Red Cross for a 4-hour training course. We want to do a certification course. We want to do a training, in-house training. What does that look like? Because we want to make sure that people are appropriately trained.
Going back to the form real quick, because I didn't get to finish on that. At the very bottom of the form, it has a comment section. If you scroll down, there's a comment section.
That one line.
At the bottom of the form, there's a comment section. I mean, that's rarely, if ever, used. I could see there that's what I was going to suggest. It's been
Shrink it down.
eliminated down to 2 lines.
Okay.
So it had 4 lines on there before. So
And I think something we've discussed too, especially with, it'll be easier for the online training application. Paper applications, I know some people still use those, but that's where it's going to be a little bit different to figure it out. But on the online application, we think we should be able to set it up so, when that guard is applying, it'll ask them, say, did you take a CPR course? Did you take de-escalation course? And if it was done through a certified trainer, they can check that box, and then we should be able to see it on this form. But if it was through someone else, like American Red Cross, for CPR first aid, they should be able to upload that document separately. So that way, that wouldn't come through you all. And that may be something, too, where, if you just did de-escalation training, I know especially some of you that work in-house at different companies, if your company says, hey, we want to do American Red Cross CPR certification, they're going to get that American Red Cross, that maybe that's something where you use the comment section and say, hey, we did the de-escalation course, but specifically that CPR was done outside. So that way we're not looking at it and going, well, why is one box checked and not the other?
A quick question, is this going to be like January? Is this going to be for everybody, or are we just focusing on one group?
You're talking for the guards?
Yes.
So under the requirements of this, the only guards that are required for CPR training and first aid training as well as de-escalation training are the guards specifically working at posts where there is an ABC license or a beer board permit for on-premises alcohol consumption. That does apply to PSOs as well as CSCs. So that is something to be aware of, that if you have a PSO who has that license and permit, or if a PSO approaches you and says, hey, we don't want to have to worry about this, we want a contract security company. If your contract security company comes in, those guards also need that training. Likewise, if you've got a larger contract security company that has multiple clients, and you've got someone who works at, there's not that beer board permit, there's not that ABC license, and say they work at a distribution center, something like that. You're short-staffed and you need to send them to that bar for the night. That bar, they're going to have that additional training. Now, it does say they have to have it within 15 days of employment, so there is a little bit of maybe some wiggle room there in terms of, do you have 15 days from that post? Because I'll use you as an example, Jack, because I know that you've got a few different posts. But if you have one of your clients who you've got, say Jeff is one of your guards, Jeff is working at a establishment that's not covered by the ABC license beer board permit, and he's been working you for 5 years. He doesn't have that additional training. All of a sudden, you're short-staffed at a bar. You need Jeff to come in for that day. Well, within 15 days of employment, is that from when he started 5 years ago, or is that from when he started that post? Under the statute, it says within 15 days of employment. I think part of that is going to look to see how we look at that in terms of violation and how the ABC board and beer board look at that in terms of their violations. I can't speak for them. I know we've had conversations with them so we can work together and make sure we're advising the industry appropriately, but that is something to be aware of, that if you're moving guards around at different posts, maybe it's easier just to say, hey, we know this guard is likely to work multiple posts. Give him that CPR training, give him that de-escalation, and that way he can do both.
I have a couple of clarifying questions on it as well. When you have temporary events and you've hired a bartender to, say, for a wedding or something like that, and you've hired security, would that security officer need to go through this training?
So if you've hired a contract security company to provide a security guard for that event, it'll come down to how they are permitted by ABC. Realistically, if they've got a permit, and that's where it's going to be a little strange. Say it's at the venue, and the venue has the permit.
We're talking about a private function where they've hired a licensed server, a bartender, to distribute the alcohol, and there's security on that site. Would that be a requirement then?
Does the establishment typically hold a license for on-premises alcohol consumption, or do you have to get? Right.
They wouldn't in this case.
If they don't have a license for that, or a permit from the beer board, then no, they would not need it.
Let me go back to the opposite then, because I've had this with certain clients and just reached out and discussed with me. You're in a hotel. They have the bar that's open from this time to this time, but security works after the bar is closed. What would be the requirement then?
That's a good one.
I'll give you another example. So the city of Jackson, I have the security contract for. They don't have beer licenses or alcohol licenses, but they rent out the Carl Perkins Civic Center. In Miss Tennessee pageant, they have a banquet. They could get a temporary 24-hour beer license or wine license or ABC license. Okay, but they have to, their security has to come through my firm because I got the contract for the city buildings. But we're not really doing security for the banquet. We're out in the parking lot making sure nobody breaks in cars and stuff. So that's a temporary license.
Right.
Like
I'm gonna
Angel
go a
talked about.
third route as well. And I'm sorry, I don't.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm making sure I'll answer all of them.
I didn't mean to rapid fire all
Nope,
these
you're
at you. How does this apply to patrol services where they have no duty? They're just doing a patrol round of the outside of the facility. They're shaking doors to make sure that it's locked up, and then you move on to the next location. But they're going by a place, let's say a shopping center, where they're providing security for the shopping center that has an Applebee's, that has a place that serves alcohol. How would that apply in that situation?
We're looking at what is your risk mitigation that you are applying to this very specific group, ABC licenses, that does not apply anywhere else, that you're putting, in my consideration, an undue burden on specific security guards for specific places where you're not doing it for others, and you have to justify what that risk mitigation is that they have that is special and unique, because as you can see, there's plenty of scenarios where this either applies to everyone or doesn't apply.
Well, and I think before I go through the scenarios, because I think I would like to address those, there's nothing that would stop you from saying, hey, we don't have any contracts, or we're a PSO for a school, for example, as long as it's not a private school where they're serving, alcohol after hours. I mean, there are some, I'm not trying to be, silly here, but, if you're somewhere where you're obviously not going to have this license, that's your contract, there's nothing stopping you from saying, yeah, I'm giving these guards these training, and I'm going to make sure that they're checked on that box too, and we'll issue that card still to say CPR certified, or it's not certified, I'm sorry, CPR trained, de-escalation trained. No problem. We have no problem with asking that, because we're not necessarily asking who that guard's employer is. We're just saying whether or not that guard's got that training or not. So I've got no problem, and that's something I think we could go the direction with this committee as well, of saying, I know this is additional, but does it make sense to say in the uniform curriculum, it's recommended that all guards have this, whether or not you're at this facility or not. So that way it removes that confusion about if a guard changes employers and then all of a sudden, oh, if I didn't have that training, my employer didn't know. Is that something that would make sense? Is that even feasible? And trainers could still have discretion potentially to say, hey, I know none of these guards are going to work in these facilities. Same thing we do with the shotgun and the armed guard training. We're just going to skip these slides, and I'm not going to check that box on that training. I think that that's something that could be, in terms of risk mitigation, there's nothing that would stop you from saying, I'm going to make sure that every single one of my guards has this, especially because, one, if they move, maybe I'm doing a service to them to make sure that they're okay. But then, two, if something did happen where there was someone needed CPR,
So that's, and just to stop you there, if a person chooses not to carry the shotgun, then it could never come up that they were not utilizing the shotgun properly because it's not there. But whether they're working at a bar or whether they're working at some other event venue, chances of CPR training, still required. Chances of de-escalation, still required. So again, your standards are not being applied equally, even under what you just said.
I agree. And that's part of the problem with it. And I do think, on the other side of the coin, say an incident happened and that guard was not CPR trained because it's not required under the statute, that's the first thing that lawyer's going to, start grilling the trainer on and that guard and say, well, why weren't you CPR certified? Well, the statute didn't require it, so I didn't get that done.
What kind of position does that put you in as a board, though?
It's a
Not an easy job.
right.
And I don't want this group to feel like, hopefully I'm echoing sentiments of everyone here, that we're not beating up on you. My direct question is, were you all consulted prior to this? Is there a reason we weren't consulted? I mean, there's a training board.
I'm not sure how much we can get into that. I will say that this was a law that was proposed by a representative and a senator. You know, it wasn't an administration bill. Do you want to take a break real fast? Do you want me to answer some of these scenarios real fast or break? All right, let's do a break then. Because I do want to address those.
The Tennessee trader meeting back to order. Thank you. I think Jesse was talking, and I don't think we finished. I really had some questions too. After after some of this discussion you've had, I think you can see we got to figure out how to mark the cards, who gets the card, who doesn't. So it's not going to be an easy feat, but we believe we have worked through the technicalities of it. One of the I have a problem with is I have a security guard, like Jesse said, that's worked for us for 4 or 5 years, and now all of a sudden he goes downtown. Well, that 50 days of employment, I don't even know why that's in there, because guards do not have to tell us when they're employed. But if you're going to take them off this post and send them down there, I'm going to say more than likely they've been employed with you for a while. So you send him down there, and he doesn't have that card. That's a violation, or will be a violation. It will be will be. Now, what will you be looking for, or ABC, whoever would go down there, would be the card that says he has the de-escalation and the CPR training. I just felt like all security guards ought to have all training. That's what we're here for. We're to have uniform training over the entire state.
Agree.
And if I get asked that question, that is exactly what I'm going to say. I believe all the guards need to be trained in the same, but that's not the way it is set up now.
So were you asked that in advance?
Of what?
We're in advance of this law.
Well, the law's already passed.
I mean, when they were proposing it, were you consulted about it?
I think all we can really say is it wasn't an administration bill, so we have to leave it at that.
Oh no, I just wanted to make sure you understood that. I'm going to be giving a security guard a nice-looking card, because now they're going to be coming through coming through us. The armed guards already have the new lamination and the new cards that have the hologram on them. Now the unarmed guards are going to have the same thing, because now we have to physically touch because they're having the training. We are going to require, which Jesse says I can do, additional photo, because we want to put it on the ID card. So now unarmed guards will have the same kind of card as the armed guards.
Okay. Quick administrative question: when an armed guard qualifies with a certain weapon, and then a few months down the road he wants to qualify with a different weapon, his card doesn't change. It just gets added to his file, essentially. So if I have an unarmed guard and they come back in having taken the 4 hours training, and now they've taken the additional de-escalation or CPR training, let's just say that happens, and do you have to administer that brand new card? And is there any fee associated with that, or how is that getting, paid for? Just wondering.
Yes.
I believe we are considering, and that's something we've discussed, whether or not we'd add it by rule. Under the statute, it's not add there, but we do think it would make more sense to issue a new card at that point, just for all individuals that are interested in this, whether that's the ABC Commission, a beer board, looking for their compliance, or for a company being able to make sure to quickly identify which guards are appropriate for posts. So we would likely issue a new card and probably do the same fee that we do for issuing another card, which I believe is $15.
25.
Oh,
And so we're
it's the
passing.
same as a duplicate.
I'm sorry, a duplicate. That's right. So $25.
So just
Because
passing.
we're going to handle it. We'll have a picture on it, and we're going to be physically touching it now through the system, which we do on a duplicate. I thought that would be the easiest thing. Just keep it in that realm.
Is there currently a way to track what PSOs are tied to LBD permits or beer board permits? Is there currently any information available?
I don't have any of that information.
No, and that's something that will be one of the changes under Dallas's law is that, I think this is where you're going with this, certain PSOs, will have to do that $100 application fee, $100 renewal fee every 2 years. They have to have fingerprints for their qualified manager. And as you know, certain PSOs or certain companies, the company will have a different name necessarily than the establishment. It could be Jesse Gentry's holding group. Maybe I have a DBA on there, maybe I don't. So I think that that's something, if I look at it and say Jesse's Bar, obviously, if that person makes an application and is ignorant of the law change and just submits the, notice, we can probably catch that pretty quickly and say, hey, they probably have a permit or license to serve alcohol because they specifically have bar in the name. But if you're one of those acquisition groups, holding groups that owns multiple properties, that's going to be one where maybe it's a little bit more difficult for us to catch on the front end just because there's not some of those keywords in there. So likely what is going to happen, I know some of you have helped submit PSOs for clients before. It's a pretty easy process to submit that notice. It's surprisingly easy, I think, when you look at state applications. All of a sudden you're going to have to look at almost two different types of applications where you're going to have a question that says, does your premises have a license or permit to serve alcohol for consumption at the premises? If yes, then it adds these additional ones. If no, then it just goes to the regular notice.
So question, just going back to that, what is the penalty for that? If they break that rule, what happens if we're working a guard there on property? What's the first offense?
Which type of offense?
So say the guard hadn't gotten the de-escalation training, but he had other training. What would be the response?
I think I can only really speak for what we would be looking at in terms of our program. I can't necessarily speak on behalf of a beer board because that would be every single local jurisdiction would have their own type of reading of the law, and then you have the ABC Commission that has their own reading of it as well. I think broadly for our purposes, we would look at it and say we have an improperly trained guard. We're probably going to find the company some type of civil penalty. Obviously, if it was something that was recurring where you have a company who's saying, forget it, we're just not going to do this, is willfully violating the law, then maybe that's where we look at, something that's more substantial. But I think, you've got kind of different issues when you're looking at assessing discipline from our standpoint. If you've got someone who a guard has no training at all, that guard's got no training, has been working, past that 15-day period if it's an unarmed guard, that's a concern if they've got no training, versus if you've got a guard who they've completed the 4-hour training, they just haven't done the additional CPR and de-escalation. Obviously, that's a violation, but, in terms of looking at some of the risk to the public, if there hasn't been some type of harm to the public and it's more of just a regulatory violation, I think we're looking at more of a civil penalty at that point.
Are you familiar with what the ABC's penalty is, or can you speak to that?
I can't speak to that. And I think that that's something, when you look at specifically the last section of it, this is where I think that, Section 6, I shouldn't say the last section, because the last section is just saying that when it's effective. But if you look at Section 6 of Dallas's law, it does say, under A, it's unlawful for a person to knowingly employ a security guard who does not hold a valid registration card of the appropriate type. Is the appropriate type unarmed or armed, or is it unarmed or armed with these additional modifiers on that? So I think that that's something where that's going to come down to agency.
Let me see if I want to try to understand this. So if you have a establishment that has an alcoholic beverage liquor by the drink license, which is regulated by the state, and then the beer board is regulated by the city municipality, and they have security and they don't have the proper license, they are going to be able to fine the establishment, so they're going to regulate security civil penalties and not this department. Is that where? And number two, so if my contract security guard company is going to do security for a place that has an alcoholic beverage commission license, liquor by the drink license, if an ABC agent, I know many of them, come in and are they going to fine the establishment, or are they going to fine my firm, which I have no license with the ABC or the beer board,
right,
with the contract security guard company? So how many different departments in the state of Tennessee or a local municipality is going to be regulating security and able to fine? I mean, it's kind of getting confusing to me.
Well, I can say that I know the ABC Commission does issue citations, which are penalties essentially, when there are violations of security protocols. Typically, they do require you have a security plan when you get that LBD license, that you do submit that security plan. And I know that they do fine establishments. It wouldn't necessarily be the contract security company, but they do fine the establishment who has that license when there are violations of security protocol. Additionally, they could revoke that license or suspend that license to serve, LBD, or to serve liquor by the drink, if there was specific violations. And I think that when you look at Part 3 of this, it does say that they will. I mean, that when it says shall suspend, I mean that's directing them. That's not discretionary language.
That's not a choice. It's they shall suspend.
Right. Shall suspend for a license or permit, which is that LBD one, for a violation of subsection A, which is that knowingly employing someone of the improper type of license or improper registration card for a period of 1 month per violation. So I think that that's something, and again, I can't necessarily speak in terms of what they're going to do. I know we have had some meetings with individuals over there so that we can kind of work a little bit together. They can, understand how we're interpreting the law. We can kind of understand how they're interpreting it, so we don't add any additional confusion. But I do think that in terms of a contract security company, you're right. If you're a contract security company, ABC doesn't really have jurisdiction over you necessarily because you don't have that license for them. Now, could they potentially fine or issue a citation because you've hired a contract security company who is improperly putting guards out there? Maybe. I don't know what they're going to do on that. That's something that's different. But I do think, kind of a broad reading of this statute does say, it's unlawful for a person to knowingly employ. Is the establishment, are they the ones who are employing it, or is the contract security company employing the guard? I think that, broadly, maybe you're saying, well, they hire the contract security company hires that guard, kind of maybe there's some connection there. But I think the more narrow and more, I'll just say the more narrow reading of that, reading the black letter of what the law says, it says the person is employing the security guard. That person is either the PSO or the contract security company. And the violation is on the person at that point. So I don't think that, I don't want to speak for ABC, so I'm trying to be very careful here. But I think that it's going to be looking at more so who holds that permit or the license for the LBD, and who is the one who's violating. I think those are the two questions they're going to be asking.
Okay.
Mr. Gentry, can I go back to the questions I asked earlier?
Yes, and I want to get to those. And I think that this is where it kind of segues in. So I think your first question was
if you're regarding a private event where you've hired a bartender to serve alcohol, a wedding, bar mitzvah, whatever it may be.
I think the first one, if it being a private event, in terms of us, for when we're looking at the violation of, if these guards have to be licensed or if they have to be additionally qualified, we're going to really look to see, who's kind of employing them. Is it a contract security company versus does the establishment have a PSO with the guards coming in through that? Because I do think there are some venues who may provide their own security, but let's talk about a contract security company. I think that's the more realistic scenario. I think the way that you read it, when it goes back up, Jeff, if you want to scroll up to page 1, we look at section 3B, it's talking about that additional training has to be, if the guard is employed by a contract security company for the purpose of performing security guard patrol services at a commercial establishment that holds a license or permit for on-premises consumption. So if you're at a private place, if it's a moose lodge, I'm trying to think, or some type of place like that, if they're the ones who hold that LBD license, and that company, the contract security company, even though you have hired them for your child's event, and they're coming at that person's event, I really think that guard is going to have that additional training, because I think that the way that it's read is saying that guard is performing services at a commercial establishment that holds that additional license.
Leads to my second one. You're at a hotel, the hotel bar's open from 6 to midnight. The security staff is there from midnight to 8 a.m. in the morning while the bar is closed.
And I think, it doesn't say that they are, it doesn't give an exemption. I think that is something maybe we can flesh out by rules, possibly, but just looking at what the statute says, if those guards are providing security at the establishments, commercial establishment that has that license to serve alcohol by the drink, whether that's after hours or during hours, it doesn't give an exemption. It just says that they've got to be trained. And I think that's a good question, though.
That leads to my third one, Mr. Gentry, is multi-tenant establishments where you have a shopping center with an Applebee's that serves alcohol. The security contract is with the shopping center, not with Applebee's. How would that apply?
I think you'd probably have to look at it to see, is security providing services at the establishment that holds the license. So if those guards are not necessarily deployed to patrol each one of those restaurants, I know it becomes kind of a muddy issue where, if there is an issue at that Applebee's, well, that security guard's going to go and respond to that.
I'll use a different example. You have a lot of these office buildings downtown, high-rises, where the first floor is restaurants that serve alcohol, and then above that you have building security that handles security for the building, but they have nothing to do with the folks downstairs.
Right. And I think if you're purely providing services, whether it's either situation, if that contract is really limiting you to you're providing services not necessarily for that establishment that serves the liquor by the drink, your guard is hired to walk the mall property, not the leased part that's privately leased by that other corporation, but he's walking the mall, or he's in that building, in the upstairs floor, in the office part, or even at the front desk maybe, and the other part is leased privately. I think that you'd have to look at that contract to say, where is that guard providing services? Obviously, you're saying, well, he's hired by the whole building. Well, that whole building doesn't hold that LBD permit. So we're going to say, well, you're not hired necessarily by the establishment that's serving liquor by the drink. You're hired by, the company that owns that entire building. Yes, if there's an event or an incident, you're probably going to respond to it. I mean, I think that those guards, if they didn't respond to it because they said, well, we provide security for the mall, and the mall necessarily is not your privately leased area over here, there's probably going to be a contract dispute between that Applebee's and the mall, or the establishment in the office building and the rest of them.
Okay.
Counselor, do you realize, I know that you're not the legislature, I understand that, but you realize how complicated this is? Let me put my trainer hat on for a minute. My trainer hat. I'm all about training just like these trainers on this board. It would be, in my opinion, if you're going to require it, just require it for everybody straight across the board on unarmed licensing, okay? Now let me take my trainer hat off for a minute and let me put my contract security guard hat on. This law, because you have to calculate what it costs for the training and the $25 card and all this kind of stuff, and factor that into your business expense as a contract security guard company, this is going to choke down the contract security guard companies to stay away from any of these gray areas that Angel's talking about.
I agree.
And so I can speak for my company and tell you right now, if a person is going to have a wedding and wants us to be there for 4 hours, and they're going to have an open bar, and I don't have the staff that's already trained for this, I'm not doing it. And so they can go to, it's choking down contract security guard companies and confusing a lot of people. So it would be my recommendation, if you're going to require this training, it ought to be done, keep it simple, stupid, right? It should be done straight across the board.
I will. But
contract security guard companies, I can tell you, I'm going to change policy myself as an operator, that we don't do nightclubs, bars per se anyway, but the establishments that Angel's talking about, I'm talking about, there's not enough money in it to get everybody retrained and stuff. And so if I did do that, I would have to pass on that cost to the client, and they probably would not have security. It's just reality of business. So.
I'd like to tag on to what he's saying, because we've developed all of the standards that we've developed to date using what's widely accepted as the observe and report model. Okay? The problem that we're going to face now with this law in these specific locations is, and I've made some notes here, so I'd like to just refer to some of those as we go along. Graham versus Connor is the widely accepted use of force for police officers. The problem that we have is security officers aren't police officers. We've said that all along. We've also said that we wanted them to avoid using force, and now here we are making a law telling them that the second part of the de-escalation is safe restraint techniques. I think I've said for about 4 committee meetings now how dead set I was against handcuffing. Handcuffing is really the only way to safely restrain someone. Okay? And this is where I'm going with this, is when we have security officers that are making contact with the public that's not consensual, we're going to have some legal and liability issues there to begin with. And being is that the majority of these folks are not trained to the level that a post-certified law enforcement official is, you're going to have problems with folks that are using too much force, or in some cases, I mean, if you all remember back in 2010, there was 3 security officers at a bus station, and it was a viral video where 2 young teenagers were fighting, and the security officers just stood there. I won't mention the name of that company. That as a result of that incident, that company lost tons of business, and their second part of their name now is Universal instead of what it used to be. And this is where I'm going with this. I understand that we're trying to put this in place at these establishments that serve liquor and alcohol, but the enforcement model really is for law enforcement. That's what it's meant for. There's a third model, and that's why I sent Mr. Winfrey the book that's on the thumb drive, is the ORAP model, which is kind of what we were heading to, but that requires buy-in from the businesses, and that's what you heard from all of the trainers around the room, is when they did workplace violence training, it was to the business, because you had to get first buy-in from the business in order to do that training at all. So that's my question is, as you roll this out, in my opinion, what you've done is you've kind of opened Pandora's box here to a certain extent, because you've said, on the one hand, we want you to observe and report and use force only as a last resort, unless you're in a place that serves alcohol, then we want you to use safe restraint and de-escalation handling techniques. So where I'm going with this, long story short, I know we got a long road to travel on right here, right now, but there are some legal things that I think needs to be considered that maybe weren't considered when the law was passed, as we make the training model.
I understand it. I think maybe we can go, maybe there's 3 things to look at with that. One, I think that you're absolutely right. I think a quick reading of proper safe and restraint techniques, there's going to be a different reading by trainers across the state. There's going to be trainers who look at that and say, hey, that means handcuffing. This is a approval to go teach handcuffing right now. And I don't think that's necessarily what the intention was, nor even what it necessarily says. Now, would handcuffing fit under the definition of a safe, would an appropriate handcuffing class meet this definition? Maybe. And I think that that's something where, we may need to lean on this committee to help develop what does a safe de-escalation and safe restraint training class look like as part of the uniform technique.
The problem that we have, though, Jesse, and with all due respect, is that private security officers have no law enforcement powers at all. They have their same powers of citizens arrest.
Or immunity. You're right, and that's the concern too, is because if I as a private citizen, whether a security guard or not security guard, if I observe a fight happening and I go and put someone in the headlock and it dislocates a shoulder or chokes them out, I don't have that same protection that a law enforcement officer would have with using force. And I think that would be part of the concern, is that until we can develop a standard by this committee that helps, really flesh that out, I would be concerned that there are trainers who are saying, because we have heard it in complaints, we've heard that there are trainers who are saying, well, you can handcuff someone for 20 minutes and that's lawful, or if you hold someone down doing X, Y, Z, it's okay. Or I've even heard there's trainers who say things like, if you're shooting them before they can shoot you, that's better. And we do hear a lot of things. That's why we've identified this need for this training and something that's standard out there. So I do think that that's part of maybe the responsibility of this committee, why we've created this committee, because there are going to be people who read this and say, well, I have been told to observe and report, or I have been told, to call law enforcement, but now I'm being given approval to go ahead and go start restraining people, ad hoc. So
when we look at the root cause analysis of the incident itself, when you boil it all down, 5 of the 6 folks weren't licensed at all. If you were to focus on one thing in the law that should have changed, it should have been the 15-day waiting period, in my opinion.
Enforcing the rules that are already on the books?
Exactly. And that's if you had more people out there
just saying, novel idea.
Enforcing the actual rules, that could have prevented this from happening.
I understand. And I think to kind of address your other point of, and I think that you had touched on as well as Mr. Lax had touched on it, how do we do this in a way that's efficient as well as appropriate? And I think if you look at, the 4 hours that have already been developed by this committee's already touched on first aid. This committee's already touched on CPR. This committee's already touched on de-escalation. Yes, this says it's additional, but how much additional do we have? I mean, when we look at talking about 4 hours kind of being the minimum that we've developed with this, I think you've done a really good job, and I really appreciate kind of saying, okay, we've got this number of slides. This is how long this translates to. If we look at this and we say, hey, this curriculum we've developed, yeah, it's 5 hours, or yeah, it's 6 hours right now, but this already does cover de-escalation, covers first aid. Maybe we put in a title slide somewhere that says de-escalation training, first aid training. That uniform curriculum could potentially cover both 2A and 2B, and then we're putting this out there and saying every guard in the state of Tennessee now has, if you're using this curriculum, has all of those.
And with all due respect, then, Mr. Gentry, again, I just don't think that honors the spirit of the law. And that the part that was in the general training curriculum was at best an introductory to both first aid and de-escalation. And where I'm going with this is, we could take that route, but the danger in doing that is that now that applies to every security officer that works out in a state. And you have folks that are using the observe and report model, which is widely adopted, that now have these powers, in my opinion, again, that they really shouldn't have without the business buy-in. If there's no business buy-in and training at hospitals, when they do de-escalation training, it's the entire staff. It isn't just security, because usually security identifies the issue, go get someone else who intervenes as a third party. And these are trained counselors, folks of this nature, that are trained in that de-escalation training, and security takes a back seat to them and just are there to actually physically restrain the individual if absolutely necessary at that point. And that's where I'm going with this. There are models out there. The book that I sent to Mr. Winfrey that's on y'all's thumb drive, it's 150 pages. It's a great read from a trainer in California that's going through everything that the road we're fixing to travel. And I'm just being honest, Mr. Gentry, it's not a great road. There's not a lot of great outcomes. I'm going to do one more case citation, and then I'll shut up, all right? Back in, and you'll see this in the book, it was Brian Stowe versus the Los Angeles Dodgers. If y'all remember that, it was opening day at Dodger Stadium. He's a San Francisco Giants fan, gets in an argument with the folks in the stand. It goes out into the parking lot. This guy gets waylaid on and ends up suing the Los Angeles Dodgers and gets, I think it was in the neighborhood of $18 million for the injuries. It was viral video again, right? Dodgers changed their security staffing plan, kind of like we're doing right now, all right? They go back, and now, 10 years later, there's 3 lawsuits out there against the Los Angeles Dodgers for having strong armed security tactics out there and people that are employing physical enactments when they really don't need to at all. And that's my fear with this entire law, is that second part. I'm so in favor of doing the de-escalation part. Love it. But when you don't have buy-in for that second part, and you don't have the tools to do it correctly and in a safe manner for the second part, you're setting yourself up for failure. And that's all I'll say.
I understand, and I guess I should clarify. I didn't necessarily mean take what we have already and say that that's complete first aid. I mean, we would probably have to look at it, though, and say, is this enough versus does it need to be expanded? You're right, it is more of an introduction. But I guess I'm just giving it as an example in terms of the discussion about efficiency of saying, how do you have, at what point is it enough? At what point is it, going to meet these minimums for the statute? Is it going to be enough for the client? I mean, you might have a client who says CPR training and first aid training is great, but we want to do first aid certificate. We want to do above and beyond that. So, we are looking at what's the minimum that everyone should have required, because we do want to have that baseline. We have discussed previously that there is kind of that discrepancy among what's being taught across the state. So, we obviously we'd have to look at it just to see, do we have first aid in here already? Is it enough? Would it have to be expanded? But I mean, I think that might be, in terms of efficiency, might be the easiest way of doing it, is saying we're going to kind of add it to what the uniform curriculum is already. That way, if every guard does it, if every guard has it, and you're right, it will come down to, a specific, if a bar wants to have it. I mean, when we look at it, though, too, ABC licenses are not just held by bars and restaurants. It's sporting events, it's music venues, Dollywood. I mean, Dustin's not here, so I'm obviously not going to speak for him, but, it affects his client as well that he's working for. So it's a very wide range of who's going to have it. And I would imagine it's safe to say that security procedures for Dollywood and their de-escalation are going to be different than de-escalation for a bar on Broadway, given the nature of how large it is, the number of people that are in there, and kind of the nature of what the public is doing at that establishment. So even if we said this is the uniform de-escalation, what this looks like, you're exactly right. You're going to have a client who says, that's great, but here's what our establishment needs. So I do think we do need to make sure that we're looking at it. We are doing it in a way that broadly could be applicable to all of them, but each business is going to have to make that decision to say, okay, that's great, I'm glad that you have this, but do we need to do something that's a little bit additional to that? And the PSOs, I think, are probably the ones who are going to have more issues with that, given the fact that typically their qualified manager may not have the same background as a qualified agent at a contract security company. We know statutorily there's different background requirements that are required. And historically, a lot of PSOs will kind of have someone who's an officer for the company who may not have a security background, versus your qualifying agent for your CSC is going to have a lot more experience and knowledge in terms of trends and things that are currently happening.
And depending on the level, like I brought out earlier with the workplace violence training, depending on the level of training that we're doing for the safe restraint techniques, that might require a lot of these trainers to change their insurance as well. And I'm just, again, fair warning, when you go to do force-on-force training, your insurance levels, and you're going to have folks sign off on certain forms just to get insurance as well. So I think a lot of things weren't thought through. I know we're dealing the best we can with the cards we've been dealt, but if I can caution everyone, and including the committee, is when we talk about implementing these same standards across the board to everywhere, I'm gonna be wearing out this microphone.
Oh, I understand. Well, let me ask you this then. Maybe this is and this is obviously for everyone, because I think that I'd like to know other people's thoughts on it. This doesn't say, unlike, you look at Section A where it talks about things being administered by a certified trainer. B doesn't say it has to be done by a certified trainer. And I know some of you have discussed about Moab. They do de-escalation restraint. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what if we looked at it more in terms of, and this could be done by rule, obviously, but if we're looking at de-escalation techniques, proper safe techniques being taught by some type of other company, and maybe Moab or some of these will say, well, we'd have your trainer, we can certify a trainer to do that. But if we're looking more so at an outside company doing that, outside company doing CPR and first aid, I mean, we can create an avenue with our uniform training to say this will cover that, or a certified trainer could be certified to teach that. But what are your thoughts on saying that instead, no, this has to be done by an outside party?
My initial thought, and Frank, I know, has a lot of experience with this, those programs typically cost a lot of money.
Okay.
And I'm looking at it from the contract security company's point of view, is those are very expensive programs that aren't 8 hours. They're like 3 to 5 days in length sometimes.
Yeah, one of them, CPI, $5,200 for 1 week of training. Moab is $3,875 for 1 week of training. And that's just one part of Moab. There's another part.
That's per guard, or is that per course?
That's per trainer.
For trainer.
Oh,
So you get
okay.
trainer certified.
Okay.
Trainer certified.
And then the company has to buy the books every time you teach the course.
It's $300.
Or who sent you and paid for that. Like if you went for his
Correct.
company, he can only teach those companies that's there in their rules.
Yeah. Right. But for me, I set myself, so I do that, but technically I keep it in-house.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out if there's, a way that we can, one for, when Cody and her staff are looking at applications, obviously we need to figure out, who has this training so we can put it on their card or say, no, this training's deficient.
And with those programs as well, it's not just the guard being trained, it's the entire staff usually.
I have a question about that. He brought up a good point. When it says safe restraint in the law, does the board currently sanction or not sanction the use of restraints? That's a yes or a no.
We haven't sanctioned the use of them. However, I think as we've discussed in this committee before, it's not prohibited under the rules.
So theoretically, could a guard or a company be penalized for the use of restraints? Could someone make an issue of it? Considering we authorize all the less than lethals, the firearms, everything else.
Could they be sued for false imprisonment, false arrest?
No, that's two separate issues. But to your question, yes, you could obviously, for whatever security guard does. I mean, whether it's unlawful force or anything else, they're going to could be sued for that, or unlawful kidnapping, anything else there, or have criminal issues as well.
So we made, just to be clear, Mr. Gentry, we made it a responsibility of the folks at the bar to safely restrain people, and we've told them not to arrest people, but when they restrain people, they arrested people. Is that correct?
I think they're going to have to, these guards are going to have to be very careful in being taught the legal limitations, because it is going to be on a case-by-case basis in terms of, is it an unlawful detainment, is it an unlawful arrest, or was that a lawful use of force?
And we're going to have to go back to Graham versus Connor on all of those things, and that's my fear with this, is again, I think we've opened up Pandora's box in a way you really didn't want to, or that was maybe intended. If they had talked to anybody in this room, I believe they would have got educated.
Well, and I do think, I have stated it about being sponsored by a senator and representative. I think that it is a situation, if you have these concerns with ways that these could change, sometimes I think that if you reach out to your representative, maybe it's something where some of these can be fixed later or as they're being proposed.
My fear is it's going to take an event that happens.
Right.
And that's going to be the fuel on the fire, because that's essentially what we've done here. We've identified some folks that were using too much force, and now we've said this is a way to do it the right way.
That's where the training comes into play. I mean, I hate the word training. I like certification, because training can be, I can teach you restraint and I can do it in 30 minutes and you're done. But did you learn anything? And that's where we're going to have an issue, because I teach both at our company. I teach the handcuffing, I teach the OC, and I teach the baton, and we're there for 5+ hours. And they know when they leave there, they're not to jack anything up. But I know some people do not do that.
And I completely agree with Frank, that's where I'm going with this, is we've attempted to dip our toe into the pool, but this is one of those situations where you better get up on a high dive and get ready to do a triple axel into the pool if you're going to do it right. There's no gray area to work with here, and that's what we've done, is create a bunch of gray area.
Yeah. I guess I just want to...
Go ahead. If I may, you guys didn't set any of these policies. Obviously, they were created, and you're relying on us to kind of make up on the back end how we're to respond to this. And if I may propose a solution, good idea, bad idea, whatever, indifferent, whatever it is, maybe we take these regulations and find out how we can double down on our detect, deter, report, and hands off while still following their additional training, but nothing really changes. We just neutralize it.
Well, I'm going to say from a perspective of an operator, and I'm not throwing the observe and report doctrine out the window. I think it's phenomenal where applicable. But I think that it's incredibly naive of us to not say, you're going to learn de-escalation. We're going to sanction less than lethals. We're even going to have an attorney general opinion in the state of Tennessee that says that you can arrest them, but we're not going to give you the means in which to detain them. So we either have to put our feet on the ground and say, no, you can't put handcuffs on people, or yes, you can, and then regulate it. That's all I'm asking for.
Oh, we haven't addressed that either. Yes, and I know you have asked that before, and I will say we're discussing that. But I think that that's something in terms of regulating it, that would be either a rule or a law change, because when you look at this, the statute does talk about less than lethal devices or other equipment. The rules talk about less than lethal weapons. I think that handcuffs have, by trainers as well and companies, been identified as not a weapon, so therefore permissible. And I think that there's some gray area there that potentially could be addressed at some point. But I think specifically looking at B1 or 2B1, I think that there's a couple different things you can look at. I think Blaze Lane had mentioned it, and Angel Rodriguez has mentioned it previously. Especially when you talk about proper and safe restraint techniques, what does that look like? What does that mean? Is that handcuffing? Is that saying, no?
Escorting the troublemaker out of the bar, for instance, might be one.
Right. That's what I think that we would kind of look at. We would look similar to what our use of force continuum looks like that we've already discussed previously, and kind of talk about where that goes. Because I think obviously, especially from a civil and criminal concern for liability, you don't want to say as soon as that person gets in your face and says, hey, this drink was not made properly. You don't want your security guard coming in there, handcuffing them and escorting them out that way. But at the same token, when you have the 3 individuals beating up someone, is at the point where someone jumps in, a private citizen or a security guard jumps in and says, I'm going to handcuff someone. I mean, that's where it all becomes, and I'm not saying that is what they should or shouldn't do. I'm just saying that's where I think these discussions have to take place, and I think that use of force and continuum is especially helpful because I think, when you look at it in terms of, okay, where have you gotten, and we have talked about it with de-escalation, when you have that disagreement, the person who says they can't come into the bar because, they've got an improper ID, and we kind of use those, what is that, the feel felt found, when we talk about de-escalation, that's obviously a great de-escalation technique. We don't need to jump into anything higher and, have that person sock them in the face and say, well, they were a problem, so I'm going to use force. I think that's where we really hone in with that. I think when we talk about, how much more do we need to do for de-escalation based on what's in that general training already, I think that the use of force continuum is great. I think that feel, felt, found, things like that I think are all great. And if we want to kind of just expand on those a little more, I think we can probably meet what this is requiring, because I don't know if every trainer is teaching that. I think those are great techniques we've talked about. And then for, the safe restraint and proper and safe restraint,
that's my concern, is the second part.
I think that's going to have to, we're going to have to use that in that use of force continuum, because I agree. I think there are going to be people who read that and say, I can just carte blanche start handcuffing people when it happens. and there's always going to be, that Monday morning armchair quarterback saying, well, you should have done this, you should have done this. And, especially we don't want to be setting people up for failure where they're going to go get arrested or be sued for, something that's occurred. So I do think we have to be careful with describing that. But, same thing Blaze Lane said, do we really double down on that deter and report model where we're really just saying, this is what it looks like, or do we have to start touching into some of that and say, well, here's when you start using, maybe you're using hands-on at this point. We've already kind of touched on that with use of force, so I think probably just expanding that's the way to go.
I think and again, I hate to keep saying the same thing over and over again. Take a look at the book that was on the thumb drive.
I will. I
It was
appreciate
really
that.
I think I wouldn't swear by it, and I wouldn't have provided it to Mr. Winfrey if I didn't think it was a pretty good roadmap. I think the problem, even in that roadmap, though, it doesn't address the second part of this, which is the safe restraint handling techniques, because what you're basically saying is we're going to give them this much, and they require this much.
Right. I agree, and I will look at that. I appreciate you sending that. Do you want to pull up the PowerPoint real fast? I know you've been kind of going back and forth, and I really appreciate that. We did set up a PowerPoint, kind of just looking at some of the changes, because I think this is where, sorry, not the class one, the Dallas's Law one, sorry. Just we put this together to kind of look at some of these changes in real time with the statute, so everyone can kind of see from a red line perspective of what's been changed. I know we've talked a lot about. Do you have the Dallas's Law one? Yeah, this is the 8-hour. That's it. That's it. So go to the second slide. We have a lot of different changes. I know we've talked. Let's kind of start here. This is kind of one of the first changes. We mentioned this briefly, so this is where we'll need to have some changing in the curriculum as well. But PSOs had that exemption where their guards, they did have to be registered. Unarmed guards did have to be registered by PSOs, but they're now no longer going to meet that exemption for the general training. So all unarmed guards, unless they're exempt otherwise, if they're full-time law enforcement officers or they are retired law enforcement officers that are meeting exemptions, if you're an unarmed guard, you're going to have to meet this requirement to have that 4 hours of training. So I think Cody had mentioned it previously, it's going to be an influx, potentially at least somewhat, of unarmed guards being trained. But it is something to be aware of. And you have PSOs contact you, make sure that you're aware of that. I don't know if we have to change the training for that necessarily. I don't think we mentioned that exemption, but that is something to be aware of when you start getting questions.
Can you say that one more time? Sorry.
Of course. There was an exemption that allowed, if you were an unarmed guard working for a PSO, you didn't have to meet that 4 hours of training. It was recommended, the legislature recommended it, but it was never required. So, you could have given those unarmed guards whatever training was appropriate for your facility, and they were good there. But now they will all have to do that unarmed training. So if a PSO contacts you, and says, hey, January 1's coming up, I've found out my guards have to have this training, that's going to be why.
That was one of the first things that we decided as a group. Cody and I had talked about it before. If we could just not have a distinction between an unarmed PSO and an unarmed contract security, just train them all the same. Because if they worked for Walmart or Macy's, they didn't get any training. That's why we've always had to have a special card to indicate that they're a PSO, because they didn't have any of the state training.
So I think we're all agreeing on this, and I think we can move on because we're all good here.
Yeah. The next one. This is one we've talked a lot about. Obviously, it's red line there because they just changed the wording of it. But if you go to the next one, this is kind of what it's going to look like now. So the first part is still there. Unarmed guards will still need to have that 4 hours of training, and armed guards will need to have that 4 hours of training, the general training. And then B is where it starts adding those additional two pieces. So I know we've talked a lot about this specifically, but do you want to keep talking about this one now, or do you want to kind of move on to the next changes? Okay. You can move on. So this is where it talks about, I guess we didn't put this one in green, but do we not add it to that one? There it is. There's the 2 additions that were added for renewals. So all unarmed guards will now have that 2 hours of refresher training that relates to, the general training. We'll work on the training form to make sure that's, easy to figure out. But then F is also, and we didn't discuss this yet. Those unarmed guards who are doing that de-escalation and CPR, they will also need refresher training to have that continued marking on their card of de-escalation and CPR training. So,
can I propose something that's kind of low-hanging fruit here that I think everyone would agree to pretty quickly? The 4-hour general training curriculum, the first 2 sections, the general training, legal powers and limitations, security officer, if they go through that at renewal time, that's going to hit up the introductory part of the de-escalation, and it's also going to hit up any law changes. And I think if we just did that at renewal time, it would satisfy this requirement.
I think that's you're talking about for E. I think that's good, and I think are you talking about for E and F, or just E?
Just for E.
Okay. I think that's good, and I think that's something that Jeff could easily pull that and retitle as refresher training. Does everyone feel okay with that? Okay. I think that's an easy thing we can do.
That's what I've said all along. That part's going to be pretty easy, because just like with the armed renewal, we go back and we review the laws, deadly force, any kind of laws that may have changed, any kind of Supreme Court ruling that may have come down, which nothing really has changed lately, but if it did, we would include that there. We would teach it, and then we would reteach it every time. So this E part's pretty much already written. We just got to pull it out.
Just pull it and retitle it.
Yeah.
I think that'll be good. Okay. We'll move into the next one.
Next part will talk about Section 5.
So this is going to be a big change also. This is another thing that we're probably going to have to modify the training for potentially, and it's going to have industry implications. Unarmed security guards working for PSOs will no longer be able to carry less than lethal weapons.
I got to say something again. It's like we've put these guys in this situation where they're required to safely restrain someone, and you're not giving them all the tools at their disposal to do so. If there's something that doesn't make sense here, this is probably the second biggest one that I saw on the list.
This is, I'm trying to think of a good way to put it. I'm not really sure why this change was made, so I can't really
We'd rather have 6 guys pin a guy to the ground till he can't breathe, or could we just tase that guy?
Well, and that's what I'm saying. So I'm not really sure the spirit or the intention of it, but you're kind of reading it on the back end at least. It does say an unarmed security guard employed by a PSO. So if a PSO is an armed guard, that armed guard could still carry those less than lethal devices if certified. So
You want to put an armed guard inside of a club? No.
Well, but an armed guard can work in
crowd.
an unarmed capacity. So I think that a way to get around this, if you're
Well, the post determines whether you carry the weapon or not the license. Would that apply here?
that's what I'm saying. The post determines. So if you're say you're a bar on Broadway, you're a PSO. Instead of making the change to have contract security company have unarmed guards with less than lethal devices, you could say we're going to have all armed guards. They're all registered as armed guards, but our post says we only work them in an unarmed capacity. But they could still carry mace, any other a baton, anything else, because this only prohibits an unarmed security guard from carrying any type of weapon. So,
and again, I
is
think
it going to be a cost? Yes.
So why?
I think what they were trying to do.
I'm just saying that this is a way that if someone approaches you this, and I think we can put it in the training, there's nothing that prohibits an armed guard from working in an unarmed capacity just because you're certified to carry let's use a shotgun, for example. Say you're certified to carry a shotgun and, a Glock. The post could say, we want you to carry the shotgun. The post could say, we want you to carry the Glock. That's going to be the post decision. That post, though, could also say, hey, we're hiring security guards, and we know that security guard Tom Smith, he's already registered as an armed guard. Our post only puts unarmed guards there. But they can say, we're going to hire him. He doesn't have to do any additional requirements because he has that card.
I just think that adds another level of confusion to something that's already pretty confusing.
I agree. I'm just trying to think outside the box in terms of things if we modify this training, or if you get questions as a trainer, if a PSO comes to you and says, hey, we want to make sure our guards can carry a baton or an electronic control device, this is one way to get around that.
So effectively, if we want our personnel to carry less than lethal electives, we have to train them with lethal electives that we never had intentions of them carrying.
If you wanted to, if you were a PSO, or you could have a contract security company come in and provide unarmed through the CSC. That's the way. I mean, I'm just saying that this is what it says. They didn't make any. There's not really any wiggle room that I could propose a rule that gets around this. This is what the law says.
So
I still think what they were trying to do here was to get rid of the untrained PSO. And instead of just saying that, this is another way of saying that, but I don't think this is the best way.
They should have just come out and just said that, because the way they're saying it is very confusing. All they had to say is, if they have not had the proper training, because they're not required to under the PSO requirements, now we are requiring them to have that training in order for them to carry less than lethal weapons. They should have specifically stated that. That would have eliminated a lot of the confusion. Because I agree with Angel. You're opening up Pandora's box 15 different ways, and it's very confusing.
I think what's also interesting is the very next paragraph regarding hospitals. I think we've all said in this room, outside of a war zone, one of the most dangerous places on earth is probably the emergency room of a hospital. So are we saying that the PSOs at a hospital cannot have these less than lethal devices as well?
They didn't modify that section. Has been there for a very long time, dealing with hospitals and PSOs. They didn't really touch on it all under the changes.
But if they are PSOs under the one above, it would say that they're not allowed to have weapons of any kind.
Yeah, I think that the PSO would, I think the hospital would essentially have to say, we're not going to elect with the requirements of being a PSO to get around.
Oh, yeah, most of the hospitals are all armed anyway. Well, right. Where I'm from, we're
the
all
vast
armed.
majority of them are PSOs as well, in my experience.
Well,
yeah.
I still say I think their intent was to do what we wanted to do to start with and not have any untrained PSOs. But this is just another way of writing it that is not very clear.
It is what it is. The people that pass this are politicians. Do we expect anything different? But what council is telling us, we're asking, can we do this? He's given us the legal way for us to train, and as a contract security guard company or PSO, to arm these people with less lethal weapons. So we just, like Angel said, we're dealt these hand of cards and we got to play them. And maybe down the road, council can pass on that we need to clean some of this stuff up. But today we're having to travel down the road that you're talking about, correct?
Right. And I think it is definitely a viable way to get around this wording, but at the extreme financial expense of the individual who now has to do this just for an unarmed.
Well, not only that, though, this bars an entire group of people who were previously serving in this. They can't do this anymore. For example, the PSOs, the CSOs, either one that are operating accounts that less than lethals are there or required, if they're not 21 years of age, they can no longer now work at that post. So the 18, 19, 20-year-olds that we have that are working, that are certified, can no longer do that. This has a significant impact on their livelihood. They're going to lose their job if they're working at places like, I'll use metro schools as an example. They don't carry firearms, but they carry every less than lethal elective. Anyone now that doesn't meet that 21-year-old age range, they're out.
Well, and I actually think that's a really good point, because it does kind of get you around that idea, or the way to get around by getting that armed certification. For Metro, though, there is an exemption for if you're an employee of a government. So you could at that point just say, I'm not going to have a card at all. That's another way to get around it.
But they're security guards. It says Metro School Security.
So if they're an
They
employee,
take armed training and just don't issue the gun. I used to train those folks, and they all got armed license. I would furnish a gun because they didn't have any, and they did not carry guns, and they were always told when something bad happens, they'll issue them a gun. Not making that up.
I believe it, but now that this bars them from that.
so, well,
Well, Leroy, what he's talking about, I think, is the age issue.
yeah,
18
that's
to
in the
21.
statute that says you have to be 21 to get a card. So I think that's no longer something that they could do.
That wasn't in the fiscal notes of the bill. In fact, were there any fiscal notes of the bill? No. No's the answer.
I think, well,
The answer is no. You don't have to look hard. I got it.
I know one was, no, you're right. There was not one that was attached.
There wasn't one
to the bill.
public. Let me say that.
Yes.
Well, what are we going to do about the Tennesseans who are going to lose their job because of this?
So I think, well,
Can you say that louder?
I don't think they care, because if they did, this bill wouldn't be so up the way it is.
I think where, and I'm not going to tell someone how to run a business because, I mean, you all run businesses much more. I mean, I don't run a business. I work for the government. You all do it much more successfully than I do, obviously. And, I think that let's use an example. Contract security companies very often will hire people from previous posts when a contract security company merges with another one, correct? So say, I'm not trying to point at Mr. Gaddis, but
They're the worst.
but if your contract security company buys and merges with
I'm
another
the king
contract
of
security company,
proselyting, man.
how often do you end up hiring a lot of those guards that were previously at that post? Pretty frequently. So I think if you have a PSO that's working, and all of a sudden you're saying, "Hey, we want to have our unarmed guards. We've got seven guys. They're all 19 years old, 20 years old. They're not close enough to that 21 where we could say we're going to put you on, some type of leave for a couple months or something else." I mean, I think potentially you could try to either get a contract security company that comes in and hires those individuals, and they could work then technically for the CSC. I think that's one option. The PSO could try to get them in that way, but that's going to be it. They're going to either have to do something else for the PSO, some other type of responsibility.
But that
until they turn
changes
21,
that
or-
changes everything now, because if the PSO they're their own security organization, and now that they've got these, like he was saying, these 18, 19, 20-year-olds, so what they're going to have to do is vanquish their PSO status and go private and hire a contract security company until they can turn 21. Then they reinsert their certification as PSO and then hire them back under them and go. That's just
I
that
know.
makes no sense.
It's a weird workaround. I'm just saying that's one option. You put them unarmed with no weapons is another option. No less than lethal devices is another option. Or you
Have them contact me, and we'll provide a service.
I think that's kind of what you're looking at for that, and I don't know statistically how many PSOs have unarmed guards between ages 18 and 20.
A lot.
That
There's quite a few.
well, okay. Let me again clarify too. How many are in that age that also carry less than lethal devices other than handcuffs? Because as we've discussed, handcuffs are technically not certified. It's not a weapon. So if they are carrying only handcuffs, technically, under what our regulatory authority is, we would not necessarily be prohibiting that. Again, this would only be carrying weapons such as batons, electronic control devices, tasers, chemical spray mace.
I don't find this to be very equitable.
I'm just saying what the law is. I mean,
I get it.
I'm trying to make sure that you all have the tools, though, as well to explain this, because obviously your clients are going to reach out to you, and then you all are going to reach out to us with questions. So if I can answer things on the front end, that's what we're trying to do.
We're trying to make sure that these unarmed guards working for the PSOs have tools as well.
Is there a legal challenge? I'm not an attorney. You are, and we have another attorney in the room. I mean, is there a legal challenge here for these individuals who are going to lose their job?
I don't know if I can give an answer on that, but
I could see a pathway.
I think they could talk to an attorney if there's someone who's an aggrieved citizen. But I think another option though, that's a big picture. There's kind of some different, things. If someone were to try to sue to, have this law overturned, that's one option, obviously, because it has been passed now at this point. So this is the law. So that's obviously one way to have a law overturned is through a lawsuit and have the court overturn it, or two, have new legislation that removes this. So I do think that, these are all very valid concerns, and, I don't know if it gives you peace of mind at all, but I do, try to do a really good job of keeping accurate notes of, things that this committee brings up, because when we do get asked later, about how things are being implemented or how the industry feels about things, there are times where I'll say, well, the training committee, did say X, Y, Z, did it with the alarm board, did it with the PI commission as well. So, this is things that the industry has identified. And I know we've got someone from the public here as well. If you want to make a comment at some point, we'll let you do that. But I do, try to make sure that these things are kept at least to some extent, put in writing, so that way, if it does come up at some point, and there is concern about, well, how does the industry feel about X, Y, Z? Because I know there aren't always times where legislators ask questions, but if we can try to make sure that is held for posterity, we do try to keep that. So I think those are two different things. If you wanted to talk to legislators about some of these concerns, obviously in my role working for the executive branch, we don't necessarily always have a pathway to get legislation changed, but as private citizens, you all do. So that is something that you all could do. And as industry representatives, too, I think that that's something that is taken into consideration when bills are passed, is, it's got the backing of an industry, specifically a large industry or an industry that has a lot of individuals that are a part of it.
Question: how many guard licenses are there in Tennessee, and do we have the breakdown on what they're a member of for CSO, PSO, armed, unarmed?
Don't have a breakdown necessarily for CSE or PSO, but I think we have 35,000 active security guard license registrations in the state, about 20,000 unarmed, 15 armed. Is that correct?
I don't think we have 15.
Okay.
Do we know how many have less than lethal certifications?
Well, and that's another thing. I don't know if we are able to track necessarily under the way that the current regulatory scheme is. I don't know if we track how many, because as you all know, when someone is certified for chemical spray, you're giving them that card and they have to keep that card on them. You're not submitting anything to us.
Wait, are you saying the state doesn't track people carrying less than lethal electives? Tasers, batons, pepper spray?
Where have you been,
The
Jack?
law specifies that it is up to the contract security company or the PSO to keep those credentials in their files, and the individual carries a card on their person for each less than lethal device that they are authorized to use. So we don't record it and we don't put it on their cards. The law specifies how that's done. That's in 6235-118.
So to answer your question, yes, we do have data on the number of active unarmed, active armed, active CSCs, active PSOs, but we don't have a breakdown in terms of how many have batons, how many have chemical spray, combination thereof. We might be able to pull how many are certified for different firearms, since we do track that. I'm not sure if our IT staff would be able to break that all down, but as it is right now for less than lethal known.
For the purposes of what we've met here to talk about today in this law, if there's some takeaways we could take from this meeting, the low-hanging fruit is I think we all want to keep it to a one-page document for the trainer's form. I think we all agree that unarmed renewal could be the first two sections, but a third one I'd like to propose is that the first aid training, that should be just something that we're using American Heart Association, Red Cross type of program outside of and separate from what we do from the training here.
And I will say, so the way this legislation was introduced, the bill originally didn't touch on these things, then it was amended to add these things. And under the First Amendment, it did say you had to be CPR certified by American Red Cross or a similar organization. Under the last amendment or last amended version of the bill that was passed, that was removed to change to what it is now of CPR trained.
Yeah, so it's essentially the same thing. If we could...
So I think that we could say under a rule, if that's something that the committee feel strongly about. We could say that CPR certification, CPR training, first aid training means a course that is provided by the American Red Cross or someone similarly situated, because American Red Cross does break down a training and certification. So I think we could easily say, well, you've got to be trained. You don't have to be certified. You have to be trained by someone who's American Red Cross or someone else. Because I think someone here was saying that they were certified by American Red Cross do CPR. Is that correct?
American Heart, American Red Cross,
Heart.
any of them. But
Okay.
I don't know that we need to mention one as much as you're open to interpretation there either way.
Okay. You want to jump to, okay, so I've got the one-page training form, got the sections about renewal, and then the CPR first aid. Do you want to jump to the next slide for that Dallas's Law? Because I think after we go through this, I think we'd ask, did you want to say something today? Or okay. I think we take a public comment and then talk about training, and then that way, if you don't want to stay here for the entire time, or if you do, I don't know. I'm good here. Okay. I just want to make sure that, if you had something to say, I don't want to,
Oh, yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, great. Because I know we've all talked a lot, and we want to make sure we get everyone. Right.
Who are you? Who are you?
I'm the general manager for Allergy Universal.
Great. Okay. So, next slide. So this is the new part about. This is the new section talking about what's required for PSOs now. Again, only PSOs that have that LBD license or a beer board permit for on-premises consumption. You'll see it's a little bit, some of you that have helped PSOs register previously, it is a little bit higher than. Sorry, excuse me, it's lunch. Okay. It's a little bit higher than what was required for those notices previously. You'll see that insurance is the same, but it adds fingerprints, a $100 fee, and then that $100 fee being done every 2 years as part of a renewal, essentially. The way they put it, it's just a biannual fee that you're paying, but we're really going to say it's a renewal because we're going to put an expiration date on it to be able to track it. But again, that is only for PSOs that have that ABC or beer board permit or license. So if you are a PSO, such as Walmart has a PSO, for example. Walmart, as far as I know, doesn't have an ABC. I know they sell alcohol, but it's not for on-premises consumption, so I don't think they have it. So I'll use them as an example. They wouldn't fall under that, but a PSO that's a bar, restaurant, they would fall under this additional requirement. So as you all are helping organizations, we're going to put our forms differently. The website will look a little bit different. Application will look a little bit different. But just to make sure that you all are aware of that. And I don't think that we cover in the training PSO requirements. I don't remember offhand. But
I'd like to bring out, just from my original comment, a lot of those Walmarts are going to be in a large shopping center where one of those establishments does serve alcohol.
That's true. It's just basically, this part just gives us, as part of the department, the authority to kind of investigate and do the background checks for those PSOs. Look what we did. Oh. So this is kind of that one we've talked a lot about when ABC or the beer board comes in with their authority to suspend their licenses or permits. You're not suspending a contract security company license or a PSO registration, nor are they even touching the guard registration. They have no authority to do that. But they do have that authority, to suspend that liquor by the drink license. And, when you look at the language of it, it does say they, shall suspend it for 30 days per violation. A lot of that is going to come down to, how the ABC Commission, which they are a state department, so, we do have some more lines of communication with them. But as it relates to beer boards, I mean, you're looking at a lot of different entities at that point. You're looking at, Metro Nashville, Shelby County's got, I believe, Memphis has one. Knoxville's got a beer board, I believe. We're looking at pretty much every local jurisdiction. So, I don't know how broadly or how narrow they're going to read it. I don't know, even how aware they are of these requirements. To be fair, we are trying to put this out there to make sure everyone's, on notice for fairness and to help everyone. But some of those decisions will come down to them. We really won't have much to do with that. But I think as it does relate to us, when you look at that A1, it specifically talks about, they're employed by an individual, who's the actual employer. And then we talk about, a registration card of the appropriate type. So I think that's something that we might flesh out a little bit more later is, well, what is an appropriate registration card? Is that you're appropriately registered as an unarmed guard, appropriately registered as an armed guard? Or does that mean an unarmed guard with de-escalation and CPR, an armed guard with de-escalation and CPR? I think that that's something where we have to look to see what does appropriate even mean, because this isn't really defined very well. So I think that leaves some up for interpretation.
Well, you're saying now, you said this, it's been put in the law now that they have to have the de-escalation and the CPR. So that would be a specific appropriate type
And that's
for the PSA organizations with the liquor and beer permits.
And that's the way that I think that I would interpret it. But I'm just saying that when they look at it, I mean, they might look at it a little bit differently. But I think if someone said, hey, this guard has been working here, and something we did talk about with the ABC Commission is the fact that they have that 15-day grace period. So even if we put on their card that you've got de-escalation, you've got CPR and first aid training, there might be the situation where that guard has been licensed or registered for a while. They don't have that. They move there for 1 day for that post. They're going to be in the process of getting that. Is that an appropriate registration card? Do they have 15 days to get that? So, or if you're working on a pending application, you're obviously not going to have that necessarily on your card. So, we obviously want to work with them because we don't want a situation where, the industry is hurt, someone is suspended by someone else, and they'd never communicated with us to figure out if that person was appropriately registered or exempt. It could be a situation where someone is exempt from requiring a registration card as a security guard if it's off-duty law enforcement officer, and then at that point, obviously they wouldn't have a card. So I don't think that I can't speak for any other organization again, but from what it sounds like, it doesn't sound like they're going to come in and start suspending people that day if you don't have your card appropriately to show to them. It sounds like they want to work with us, but that is something, when you're advising people, and I think that it sounds like you all are getting questions about this already. It does leave a little bit up to interpretation, and I think that when you look at if you've got a card of the appropriate type, the way that I would read that is you don't have the appropriate type if you don't have CPR, you don't have de-escalation, and you're working in that establishment. You're working in that establishment that requires that. I think that that's all of the changes. I mean, again, we've talked about this goes into effect January 1st. You've got training is good for a year. So, if you've got someone who's come, I know we haven't changed our forms yet, but I think some of you, especially that train your own guards who work for you, if you train them and keep that record of, they did de-escalation, they did CPR, June 16th, 2022, you've got a record of it, even if you submitted the form later, but still had that record to show they had that within a year when they've got their renewal that comes up, later in January, February, we would consider that. So I think that that's something to be aware of. Same thing with refresher. Refresher is good for a year as well. So if you've got people who, again, it's going to be easier for those who have in-house versus, some of you that train people that work for other companies, because otherwise you're basically waiting for that new training form and then kind of being relied on by that guard to submit that at a later date. So, but you certainly could hold on to that and submit it later. So I think the next thing that we're looking at, obviously internally, we're looking at ideas for the training form application, what it looks like online, what core looks like, what customer service looks like. The next thing that we're going to have to look for, though, is how do we change our committee documents. So does anyone have any questions, or do you want to open it for public comment now, or how would you like to? If you want to come on up. Just make sure you sign into the sign-in sheet.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay, perfect.
my name is John Constable. I'm the general manager for Allied Universal here in Tennessee. I'm also hello. Okay. So John Constable, general manager, Allied Universal. So I think a lot of people made much more poignant comments than I probably could have put into words, right? Because, you know, I think one of the concerns that I have is opening up the idea that we at Allied Universal have for non-engagement use of force rather than if it's dictated by contract, right? So I think for a few of the instances you referenced earlier of name changes for our company due to instances that have happened, I feel that when we're in new employee orientation teaching our unarmed security professionals not to engage in any way, shape, or form whatsoever due to things that have happened within the company, in the security industry in general, opening that up to then teach them tactics of going hands-on counteracts that. And so that's my concern, right? I'm a security professional myself, right? 10 years ago, started in the industry. I know what it's like to, and I was in the streets of San Francisco, so insane, right? So I feel that if I would have been told don't engage whatsoever, but then be taught how to engage, it would cause a conflict within myself, right? Of saying, okay, I know how to do that. That's great for life skills, being out and about, but my company dictates not to do anything, but I'm taught how to. So I'm just concerned for our employees out there causing misrepresentation of where we stand as an organization in complying with Tennessee state laws, right? So I think that's more voicing my concern rather than actually asking for an answer, right? So one question I do have is that if we as an organization are able to prove that we have, and I'll defer to my trainer Frank, certified an employee they've received all the training that they need whatsoever, they then act against our policy, against the law, who is liable in that regard? If we can prove that we have provided all of the necessary groundwork, framing, training for that employee, they then go off and do something that is against what they've been taught and what we stand for. Who is then liable if a use of force incident were to take place?
And I think that the way we can't really give a too firm of an answer because that would be legal advice for your company. But
understood.
But generally speaking, our requirements in here are the statutory minimum. So I think that that's kind of the first thing that is typically looked at is did you meet the statutory minimum requirements? But obviously, I think that, and I'm not sure if you were in here for part of the active shooter training discussion as well. But we had a discussion earlier about these businesses and schools that are doing active shooter training that's well in addition to the general training or the armed guard training for the 8 hours in the classroom. And I think if you're doing things that are above the minimum, I think that's great. I think that always is going to help. But these and I think that it's kind of a twofold issue. One, we're looking at for this de-escalation training. The goal of this committee is to create a uniform training that can be used for all trainers across the state to make sure everyone's teaching the same curriculum. And obviously, as it relates to safe restraint and proper restraint techniques, we want to be very careful with that because I think that you have identified that if you've been taught a specific skill, it's going to be hard to kind of get away from that because now that's in your brain. And I think that we do want to be careful. We've got a use of force continuum that we've talked about in this training committee. We've talked about a lot of different ways to kind of de-escalate before you have to even get to that level of force. But there is going to be a concern, I think, to some extent where, if someone's used what a court has found unlawful use of force, but it's also consistent with what we're teaching, there's a weird dichotomy there at that point. And that's, I think, what we're trying to make sure that we've fleshed out. But I think that corporate attorneys are going to have a lot of work over the next several months to figure out, what do we tell our clients in terms of use of force, because we don't want them doing something that's going to be unlawful, even if it's under now statutorily required that you're taught how to use safe restraint techniques. But if you're saying we never want our guards to use restraint techniques, it does become a strange issue where by law you have to learn it, but by contract you're saying that's great, don't put your hands on.
Yeah, and I think I asked that question just and I'll talk to my counsel about that too. But just for how broad of sweeping changes, and we're dissecting all the verbiage, it opens it up for interpretation, right? So that's just where I wanted to ask if, state of Tennessee felt that there was some sort of change in that regard too, right? So, onus is on us to prove that we have the certs and all that stuff too. But I guess for a secondary comment, I'm new to the state, got here last August, but I do know how Tennessee feels about small business, right? And I think the financial ramifications from this being passed were not thought out whatsoever, right? So I feel that for anyone in this room or anyone who works for a company that doesn't have all of the abilities to support this and take into account for all the overtime that's going to be created, pulling people off post, putting contracts at risk, I feel that it was not thought out for most organizations within the state that have to deal with all these requirements now, and the financial strain it's going to put for overhead, for overtime, everything in general, right? So I think, again, more of a comment and a concern that I have for my business partners in the state, of them having to feel the pain of something that they didn't have a say in, right? So with that being said, I think I'm good there, but I appreciate the open forum. And yeah.
Oh, it's understood. Those are good comments. Do you all have in the security industry, I guess, a association in the state of Tennessee or nationally that you all are members of? Which one?
Yeah.
I was just curious because I think that those are things that sometimes associations also bring up to legislators. So I wasn't sure if you all had talked to them about some of these changes also.
We have, but
I understand. I was just curious. Great, thank you. Does anyone else have a comment related to?
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Do we want to keep? Yeah. So.
Do I have a motion to break for lunch?
Motion.
Second.
Gaddis.
Blaze.
Okay. and
Blaze, second.
Who was second?
Blaze.
I seconded the motion, but I'm first in your heart.
I have a motion.
I don't know.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Break for lunch at 12:01. No.
we can say anything now. We're good. Thank you.
Questions was asked about the security. Now, this is only the unarmed and armed guards. We still have PSOs and companies. Unarmed guards are 24,113. The armed guards are 13,700.
4,000 and 13,000.
24,113 and 13,700 as of just a few minutes ago. That changed. That refresher training, you're looking at what? At least 12,000 because it's a 2-year license. So coming up in January, next 23, there'd be 12,000.
You mean we're looking at it because you're going to get them too?
That's why I said if we're going to be touching them anyway, we might as well go ahead and put the photo on it and do the card. So all security guards in the state of Tennessee have the same card.
Now, question on just that refresher training, 2 hours, got it for unarmed guards. An additional training in CPR certification and de-escalation. Additional training every 2 years in CPR when the certification from the American Heart Association is good for every, 4 to 6, which technically is just a suggestion because it really is indefinite. Am I on the right track here? Okay. Just clarifying.
Every 2 years they have to have a de-escalation CPR. That's what we're saying. When the guard comes up for renewal every 2 years, he has to have de-escalation again and CPR.
And CPR.
Training.
And if we're going to cite the American Heart Association as kind of like the, I don't know, a standard, if not, it doesn't have to be the standard, but a standard, their renewal suggestion, not even required, is 4 years. I'm just saying there's a lot of incongruencies that I'm just trying to.
Is it 4 years with no? They don't do any type of refresher for that.
No.
Okay. I couldn't remember. It's been a while since I was CPR certified, so.
Now, they don't have to be certified. They just got to take a course. Right?
And they get that card, certification card.
What if I come to you? You can't do it as my trainer? If you're certified, you can train me. Is it?
Yeah, but you'll get a card because you take a practical test.
Basically, that's what it is.
No, that's-
It's usually 3 years at the expiration. I noticed that up there. Every 2 years, and I thought that was odd.
Mine was 5 years.
That's what I'm pointing out right now.
Children's Hospital.
Just saying.
Mine was.
Well, this is coinciding with the guard's expiration, and it's every 2 years. That's why
I understand that, but I mean.
I'm not sure we're touching on it. Like the industry standard is every 3 to 5, and we're doing it in every 2. And these are
law says we're going to do it in every 2 years for the security
So the laws
guard.
changed that.
According, they took it who did it for their expiration.
Is this also for the armed guards as well? The additional CPR and de-escalation training, if they work for a ABC company.
Yeah, anyone who works for us are armed or unarmed.
So we'll also have to look at that every 2 years. Their additional range training, in addition to some CPR training and de-escalation.
CPR training, yeah.
A question on that, if I may, just for clarity, with regard to that additional training, are we weaving it into what we already do so that we don't expand that training, but keep it? In other words, if we're doing 2 hours of, I'm just saying 2 hours. If we're doing 2 hours for CPR training, not necessarily a certification, but CPR training, and then we're doing the, I guess the non-cuffing.
Hold on. That's a good one.
non-cuffing.
The air cuffing.
Oh my God, no.
But y'all get what I was going at.
No.
Is this all still weaved into the training we currently do? We're just adding these components.
I think that's what we're trying to figure out, though, is it added to what the curriculum that's already done, and it's going to be one curriculum that says, hey, this is realistically a 6-hour curriculum, but it covers the 4 hours plus 1 hour CPR, 1 hour this, or are we going to treat it as something separate? Because the 4 hour already does cover some de-escalation and some CPR, and I think
what I'd like to bring out again is we've created so many gray areas with just the places that serve alcohol that we should keep it separate.
Okay, and I think that's, whatever you all decide on that, I think is probably what we would defer to. But I think one way to look at it, though, is what's the most efficient way to do it. And I think, when you've got, if you keep it separate, it probably makes it easier in terms of if you've got someone who they say, hey, I'm getting hired as a guard to go work at, our building right here. They're going to work, for Walden downstairs, first floor. Wouldn't need de-escalation, wouldn't need CPR. And then a month later says, oh, just kidding. I'm going to go get paid an extra $1 an hour to go to Broadway. Now I need to go get that additional training. It's probably easier if it's separate, so that way a trainer can say, oh, I only need to do this additional part for you. You're good to go. Or that company can say, you only need to do that additional.
Does that make it easier or harder on you from an administrative or inspection standpoint?
I think from an inspection standpoint, inspecting training is going to be one thing. I mean, that's going to be difficult. inspecting guards themselves, if they're properly trained, I mean, we're going to look at the form and what their application says. So if they've submitted, something that shows that they did de-escalation and something that they did CPR, we're going to check those boxes on that application. We're going to put that on their card that they're good to go. So I think we're good from the inspection standpoint. In terms of looking at the application, I know it's going to take Cody's staff a little bit of extra time because you kind of have two different timelines. I mean, you've got to get that training within 15 days, but then, if you go to this employer where you have to have it, you do another 15 days. So you kind of could be looking at some guard who all of a sudden they submit the initial application, we're processing that, and then a week later submits additional training after they've already done the other one. So then we've got two training forms. That's going to be a little difficult, but I think we've talked about ways that we can do it easier. So I wouldn't be as worried about that. I think we want to make the form as easy as possible. I think if the form is easy for us and easy for you all, then that helps everyone.
And to follow up on that, was as part of this law, was there any funds allocated to doing additional inspections or hiring additional inspectors, things of that nature? Because again, I'm going back to the root cause of this incident is that 5 of the 6 folks weren't licensed at all. So what are we doing to correct that?
Well, I guess I can speak on that then. Since I will say we haven't been allocated additional funds, but I do think that the state has, and especially, some of it did slow down a little bit because of COVID. But, since this incident, since COVID, I think that we're doing more consistent random inspections, compliance inspections. I know we did one just a couple weeks ago, hit several different establishments, and it does seem like, we're mostly focusing on establishments right now, not necessarily trainers. I think we're probably investigating trainers more so when complaints come in. But, as it relates to establishments, it seems like every time we do a compliance check, at least one establishment has a violation. So we are finding a lot of those issues. And I do think we've also gotten probably more complaints, for better or worse. We have gotten more complaints probably since, this incident occurred. More people, whether it's the public or trainers or companies, which I think is helpful because I do think we found a lot more instances of unlicensed activity. And I will say too, we had last year, there were 3 homicides that we were aware of that involved security guards. Alleged homicides, I'm sorry. I want to be very clear. There were 3 alleged homicides that involved security guards where there was a security guard and an individual. Now, on some of those have already had their civil and criminal cases finished. There was one that happened out of Memphis. The district attorney decided not to prosecute it. They thought it was lawful force. But at the same time, that was still a situation where, we were looking into what actually happened and taking action on that end. There was another one out of Memphis, I believe is still ongoing, and then there's one that happened out of Nashville as well. So, but I will say that there are increases. I think this kind of gets to your point about is there more done for compliance? We're seeing more alleged assaults, more contact between the public and security guards that's resulting in the use of force. I'll put it that way. I think that's an appropriate way to say it. There's more use of force being used by security guards, rightly or wrongly. We're seeing more complaints from it, which is good for us to be able to investigate. But we also have more security guards, more registered security guards than law enforcement officers in the state. And I think that is a trend that's going to continue to rise. And I think, sorry, I thought you had something to add there, Cody. Okay. And I think that's a trend that we're going to see rising. So I think that we are on the cusp of making sure that this training is thorough, because we're probably going to see, as you all, especially that work for companies, are aware, there are staffing shortages. And I think there are businesses that are probably making decisions to say, we just got to get someone on post for whatever that looks like. So I think that hopefully we're going to help the industry with this. We want to be as clear as possible and answer questions. But this bill did not give additional funds. We're operating with what we have. I do think we were able to add another staff member.
Not for this.
Not for this, but we're okay on that aspect. So we're not necessarily worried. But
no physical notice attached to the bill.
Yeah, how old?
Well, it was not on the bill, but that's true.
Do we have access to that?
No.
Who has access to it?
I believe it's protected by the
Freedom of
Attorney
Information
privilege.
Act.
No.
What?
I'm saying.
You're citing a work product, correct?
Either going to be privileged or work product, I think, because of how it was performed.
That is really shady.
Well, I mean, it's
Let's
part
call
of
it what it
the
is.
attorney deliberative process.
What goes up don't come down.
1239. What goes up doesn't come down. Holy no.
You know I just teased.
I know.
Really? But I think, right. So I think,
Galileo said that.
yeah.
Look what they did to him.
I think that's something that we probably need to figure out, and I think it was already touched on, but what does this additional training look like? The refresher, I think, Angel is right. I think the easiest way is just to separate what's already there, just kind of clean it up, probably language-wise, to make sure that people are aware of the refresher. So we just need to figure out what, if anything, these additional trainings look like. Are they separate? What needs to be included? And I think some of that, someone had mentioned it earlier. I want to make sure I'm giving credit where it's due, but someone had mentioned that potentially we could look at kind of like the gold standard of saying that, okay, if you're CPR certified or American Red Cross has trained you, you're good to go, that you don't need a certified trainer to do it. If that's the case, if we were to say just, broad strokes, that's the only way that we're going to consider CPR and first aid is if you were given training by an accredited organization, then we wouldn't need to develop a separate training. We would just probably put that as part of our rule. And that way, if you are as a trainer, if you're certified to give that training, we're not going to touch that organization that certified you. Their training is what you use. If that's what you all think is appropriate, I mean, I can probably put that in a rule, and I think that would pass.
With that being said, does that mean if the American Heart Association, you get your certification, and then 2 years down the road, it comes up for renewal, but American Heart Association says that you're good for 4 years? Does that constitute as that 2 years without having to actually take that does that constitute as that training for that 2 years, or do you actually have to attend something?
Just do it again.
Right.
It says just do it again, but that's another cost that we're causing these groups to incur.
If you say that you're going to put this into the legislation, then that will change the standard. Whereas putting it in for us certified trainers, then it would fall on us for every 2 years. But if we're not putting that in there, that shouldn't affect us at all. It would fall under American Heart Association or American Red Cross standards down, which is anywhere from 3, 4, 5 years.
I think probably.
I'd like to bring out real quick, Mr. Gentry, is that in the general training, we did spend about 45 to 50 minutes on first aid. We do have the option to expand on that just a little bit. I think we did all the general first aid type of training and hands-only CPR. And in my opinion, I mean, if we expand on that just a little bit more, we could do cookie cutter as well. But that's kind of goes against what I'm trying to propose here, is that now we're including that in the curriculum. So basically we're saying, okay, you're going to do it in a general training, and then you're going to do it all over again in the additional training. So that's the quandary I'm in.
Realistically, if we were to say, let's propose a rule that says if you're CPR certified for 4 years, and that would cover you being also covering our standards for 4 years, I can put that in a rule. The Attorney General's office has to review it, though, and say whether or not it's actually legal. So I think it makes sense. I think it's a good suggestion, because realistically, if we're saying that certification is a higher standard than trained, and we're saying when you've got that higher standard of training, that's good for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, why would you then go do a training, which is a lower standard? Why would you go do that in 2 years? I think that really does make sense. So I think that maybe we look at it maybe under one of two ways. Either one, if we can put it in a rule, and if it passes, if the AG's office says it's constitutional, great. we could say that that certification covers you for your renewal as long as you're still good for, another year at least, maybe. I don't know. However we want to say it. On the flip side, I guess we could also say if we're going to offer that you could be trained as a lower standard instead of certified, that maybe that's where it's not good for 2 years. Maybe if it's you've been CPR trained and you don't get a certification that lasts for 4 years, you just did some certificate that says, hey, I was trained in CPR from this organization. Maybe that's a situation where we say that person has to do that refresher training in 2 years. Because I do think that if you've been certified to do CPR for 4 years, any employer is not going to say, okay, well, a year from now, you've got to go get recertified for another 4 years or another 5 years. You're still good. That wouldn't make sense from a business perspective. And I don't think if you were working for a medical establishment or someone else, they're not going to make you redo it until it's due. So, yeah. So I think it is a little strange how it was written, but I think what we'd probably look at is saying, if you're certified, if we can get this to pass, then you're good as long as you're still certified. If you're trained, though, that's where you need to be retrained every 2 years. If it's some type of there's no expiration date, some organization has given it to you. Maybe they're nationally accredited, but it's not Red Cross or American Heart Association. Does that make more sense?
I guess what I'm wrestling with is you got these two security company owners over here, and every 2 years, if they're doing security at an establishment that serves alcohol, they're going to be paying for renewal training, they're going to be paying for de-escalation training, and now the first aid training as well. You're looking at maybe $100, $150 per guard, $200 per guard with all the guards that you mentioned across the state of Tennessee. That's pretty big financial impact. And if there's anything we can do as a committee to come with some standard that is above and beyond what's in the general training, but is still separate, that we could do through all the trainers across the state of Tennessee, that would at least help mitigate some of the expenses for some of the company owners.
That makes sense. And I think maybe that's where we look at saying that if you've been certified by one of these organizations, that would count your initial, and as long as you've maintained certification, that meets you for your renewal. But then maybe the committee also develops another type of training if we're saying this is this lesser standard. Because I do think if you look at the two versions of the bill, the one that didn't pass, the one that was there and then got amended to the one that was passed, it initially did say CPR certification. Then they amended that down to CPR training course, and again, for these establishments that serve liquor by the drink. So I do think that is something where, maybe we look at it two ways. You can go get your CPR certification, you're good to go, or we have this other type of training that a certified trainer can give you, and that's the standard curriculum. How do you all feel about that?
We got a good basis for it in the general curriculum that we could build on now, similar to the de-escalation training. That's my initial thought.
We know how many unarmed PSOs that work where alcohol is sold. How many are we talking about? Do we know how many people that is?
We don't know. I could probably ballpark it if I searched just bar or restaurant, but as we've said earlier, because they're not always in necessarily the name of, Tom's Bar.
Opryland, prime example.
Just say, yeah, exactly. There are these other venues that also, every music venue is going to have a certificate or license to serve liquor, alcohol.
Right now, we have 460 unarmed guards that have a PSO stamped on their card. That's the guards.
So just from a business perspective, in order for me to put a class on the books, that's time, that's money, all those things. If there's not enough PSOs to make this worthwhile, they may find it extremely difficult, if not financially burdenative, to go to a place that's going to be able to offer this on any consistent basis. And if we're talking about 400 between the entire state, every single trainer, am I supposed to hold a class once a month for one person?
Well, that's that 400. So this is only the individuals who have informed us that they are going to work only for a PSO, so they're not doing that additional training. So if you have a PSO and you're just saying, I want all of my guards to get a regular card, where they're doing that general training, they're submitting the application showing that they did the general training, they're not going to fall into that 400. This 400 is only the ones who they're registered as unarmed guards for PSO use only under that exemption under 103B.
So they could be working for Walmart and Macy's and Target, and so they may not work in these establishments.
Well, and I just want to, so this 400, these are the ones who we're saying, they're the ones who are now going to have to get unarmed training and didn't have to previously. But there are guards who I'm sure you all have seen come through your courses who are working for PSOs that have done the general training. Maybe they weren't required to because of 103B, but that's being removed. But we don't know necessarily, in terms of this de-escalation and CPR, that's going to be every armed or unarmed guard who works for a PSO or a contract security company where the establishment has that liquor by the drink license. So if you've got a contract security company that's working, 5 different contracts, one of them's at a bar, the other 4 are not bars. I'm only saying bar because we know that they're likely to have that. But the other 4 don't have that license for liquor by the drink. You're going to have to be careful as a contract security company that those guards who are at the bar, they have that additional certification. The other ones don't. So that's where, companies are going to have to make a decision to say, do we give every one of our guards CPR training so that way we can move people as needed, or do we just be very careful to make sure that, we've got someone sick, we've got enough people that could cover. It's going to be strange. It's going to cause a lot of record keeping for these organizations.
I got one for you. What about, and don't laugh because you all know this is true, First Sunday's communion in the churches that use wine, that's alcoholic beverage, and they have armed guards in there.
Do they have a license to serve liquor by the drink?
No.
Right, but they're still serving it.
Right. Because they're not licensed, they're not falling under this.
Okay, now another one. I worked a private party for the Republican convention in Knoxville at one of these old mansions off North Shore, and he had 3 trailer trucks for beer and hired all these, what do you call them, bartenders for a polite term, to serve the alcohol, then hired my company to ID and do the security. Now, that was at his mansion, but he's still serving liquor by the drink.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Because it does have to say it's a commercial establishment. So at that point, he wouldn't fall under if it's his private residence.
That's what I wanted to know.
But say he did it at a golf
doing
course,
that.
right? Or say he did it at, an event space instead, because that's a commercial establishment. So at that point, if that commercial establishment holds the permit from the beer board, you do fall under it. But if you're at your private residence, you don't. So that's another consideration that I think trainers and contract security companies can probably have to consult, these individuals, because if I'm running a campaign, I'm probably not going to say necessarily, oh yeah, I got to make sure that these guards have this additional training because I'm having this campaign event here.
So it would not be
there.
required for us to have that while we're out there and they're drinking, and then somebody goes into an alcoholic coma or gets alcoholic poisoning. We're not responsible now. We can just
the
stand
law
there.
says if they have an alcohol permit, whether it's a liquor by the drink by the state or a local municipality with a beer license, then if it's on a private property and it's not required to have any type of alcohol, then it's not required for us to have that endorsement.
Great. I just wanted to hear you say that.
Yeah, no, I understand, and I think it's, there's going to be a lot of decisions where in this situation it's yes, in this situation some minor change happens and it's no. Right.
If we're focused on just changing and updating the training materials to deal with this law, a lot of the stuff that we talked about is already in the general training that we could upgrade for something specific to this, and I'll volunteer to do that. Just going into it with the understanding that there's going to be a lot of redundancy. There's going to be a lot of things we already said in the general training that we're going to say all over again in the arm training, like we did with de-escalation, and then we're going to say it again with this. So just going into it with that mindset, I'll be happy to expound on what we've already got and bring it back to the next committee meeting.
I think that makes sense.
That brings it back to what I've always said. If you hear it once, twice, 3 times, so, if we're reiterating these things and you're seeing it come up 2 or 3 different places, it's probably pretty important. You better remember it. And if you violate that when you're out there working on the job, then you're probably going to be in trouble because you were told not once, not twice, 3, 12 times to do this way.
Quick question. I know that the law changes the response from the ABC, but does it change the response, or do you anticipate a change in your response as far as punishment to the guard or the company, CSO, PSO, either one?
Having a guard who's not
Correct.
appropriately trained? I think so.
What do you anticipate?
I mean, it's going to be a fact-by-fact or a case-by-case basis, but, I think when we do these compliance checks and, you've got someone who's, unregistered, typically we look at doing a penalty for that. If it becomes a situation where it's kind of a course of business, I mean, we've got some frequent flyers, so there are, some contract security companies that have, several civil penalties, a year, it seems like. No one here, you all know, but there's, there are individuals who, it's more frequent. We're running into issues with them.
Earlier,
so that's where it escalates.
Earlier, you had mentioned that if someone was in violation, let's say they were an unarmed guard working at an ABC establishment, they were registered as an unarmed guard, but they may not have had the modifiers. You used the phrase you would do essentially a risk to the public assessment. So my question is, can you break down how that risk to the public assessment would be any different than a place that was not an ABC company, and how that would be justified in your assessment of the penalty to that individual?
Sure. So when we look at different penalties that are issued, there's a couple different areas where there's some guidance for us in terms of how the commissioner makes a determination. I know.
Really?
Jack Bird.
I was looking for those.
Given some feedback about those need to be more robust, and I think that is something to look at. But I know typically, like say, if you've got something where it's, I'll give it a good example. We did a compliance check recently. Went to an event venue. I don't want to give too many facts, but went to an event venue. Didn't have properly registered guards. There was several guards that were there that had no registrations at all, and they said, "Well, we weren't aware that this was a requirement. We thought that staff members, they're not called guards, so they're staff members," and which is a common thing that we hear. And it's a situation where we came in, we did a penalty per guard that was unlicensed for the establishment. Now you look at the other side of is there much of a risk to the public there? Well, yeah, there were all these guards who they were unregistered. But it came from a compliance check. It wasn't a situation where we had another one recently where.
Well, just to more clearly clarify, because I see where you're going with this, in that situation, that person was unregistered, therefore unlicensed, untrained, and you could argue that that was a risk to the public because in another establishment with trained personnel, you have the difference between training and not training. My question is, what is the risk to the public? What is the difference from an ABC establishment to a non-ABC establishment where they both receive training? They're both trained. It's just that one is requiring this additional CPR and de-escalation and the other one is not. But how do you justify that they're not at risk, not having had the training, but they are? What changes with the ABC establishment? That's what I'm asking.
That's a good point. And I think that we would typically just say, you're being required to do this additional training, because I guess, there's people who are going to be more likely to be intoxicated. The legislature's identified this as, I guess, a problem area where they need more training. But I do think that realistically, if you've got, say you're a bar or restaurant, every single one of your guards has their unarmed guard card, and they just didn't have this additional training. I think that is definitely a different situation than a situation where they're not licensed at all, they're not trained at all. And I think that that's something where, when the assistant commissioner looks at it to assess discipline, that's probably going to be a less discipline than there would be. And maybe it's applicable. I mean, I don't think it's as applicable, but maybe it's similar to, you've got someone who's trained as an armed guard who starts carrying a baton. And we're saying, well, you weren't trained to carry that baton. That's an issue. But you had all this additional training. It's not as if you used that baton and cracked someone's head open. You literally we caught you on a compliance check. I think that that's a situation where that's less severe than, the untrained guard who then goes and beats someone up and is charged with assault and anything else. So,
and there'd be a counter argument to the idea that you have a PSO unarmed guard who is unable to carry any less lethal devices. However, they work for a contract security company, they are able to carry them. And then you say, hey, on a compliance check, you're not supposed to carry these items. Therefore, how would you justify that as a risk to the public when in everything that we teach and everything that's indoctrinated, it says that it's a risk to the public not to have them? So reconcile that, please.
It's a good one. I don't know, how if we took that to a judge, how they're gonna look at it. If we discipline someone, but it's I think we're just gonna say that it is a violation, and then at that point, the judge would have to look to see how much of a penalty they would assess. A judge could realistically assess a penalty of $0, even if it's just a statutory violation. They could say, yes, this is a violation, but we're going to issue no penalty for it. I had a private investigator case. This is it was an actual case, so it's a public hearing and everything. It was before the PI commission. They heard all of the evidence. It was a 6-hour hearing. This is an individual who was unlicensed. We were all exhausted by the end of it, and they said, we're not going to assess court costs because that would be too much money on this guy. Realistically, what he's doing is not that egregious, so we'll do a $200 penalty. So I do think you look at situations where you look at all of the facts, and whoever that person is who's rendering that judgment, whether that's an administrative law judge or a commission or a board, they're going to take everything into consideration. So our job, before it gets to that stage, typically the assistant commissioner looks at it, authorizes me to file charges, authorizes some type of settlement amount, and we base that typically based on history as well as kind of a risk to the public, kind of some different factors there. So, the assistant commissioner could authorize to settle a case with a $200 penalty, could go to a hearing, and a judge could say, well, I'm going to issue a $10,000 penalty based on the violations. Conversely, assistant commissioner could say $10,000 and a judge could say $0. If they say it's a regulatory violation, but there was no harm, there's no reason to issue a penalty here. So, unfortunately, a lot of it becomes a case-by-case basis and determination. Some of that's determined based on if it's settled and the parties agree to it. Some of it's determined if, an administrative law judge assesses it. But I agree. I think that there are some, based on these changes from Dallas's law, pointing at it like it's up there, but I realize it's no longer up there. But based on some of those changes, there are situations where we're going to find probably more regulatory violations where maybe it was okay before, maybe it's not now, and it's a violation. So, unfortunately, people have to comply with the law. But I would also I would add that, we look at civil cases and negligence per se, for example, that is one reason why the industry should still comply with it, even if they say, hey, the cost of business is not as high because, we don't want to pay for the additional training. If you do get sued, there is a ground of negligence essentially saying that, well, the law said you had to do this, you didn't do it, therefore that automatically meets the definition of negligence. Now we just look to see if you had a duty to comply with that.
All right, Counselor, you said that the PI, private investigator, has a regulatory board. And
not anymore. I'm sorry, they were terminated.
So they were terminated, okay. Well, you said that after that particular hearing you were wore out at the end of the day, right? Do you feel like you will be that at the end of this day? You've handled yourself very well.
Thank you. We've talked about this loss. Cody and Jeff and Katie down there. I don't know if you haven't met Katie. She's our legal intern. We've discussed this loss so much because we do want to make sure that we're getting this right. We've already started drafting rules so we can get ahead of the curve and get on moving with this. So, yeah, I mean, we've been worn out from this law from probably as soon as it was introduced, and we were, analyzing it.
If you can only try to get right within the parameters of what the law is, this is really hard considering we've already identified several areas that you can't reconcile. Not even the individuals who proposed this law, who know nothing about this industry, who have no experience, who did not consult with the industry, did not consult with the board, didn't do anything, wrote it, and now we have to live with it. You have to implement it. We have to do it. Our livelihood, our employees' livelihoods are at stake. I mean, this is not equitable in any way.
At this point, it's the cards that we're dealt, and I think that we, at least for the training curriculum, I think we can try to do as much as we can to make sure that we're helping everyone. And I think it's good there. I'm glad that we have this in a lot of even where we are right now, having to change it, because I think if we didn't have this and just left the industry kind of fend for themselves, that would be tough.
And that's my next question. Too much. If we're gonna call it something right now, we're kind of looking at this and discussing it as if it's two different topics. If everyone is in agreement and we can expand on what's in the general training curriculum, and I can bring something back for everyone to take a look at the next meeting, can we call it something else so that everyone will know exactly what it is, that this only applies to the folks that are, if you break it up and say, this is CPR training, this is de-escalation training, safe handling, restraint techniques, could we just call it this one block of training that is X amount of, whatever it lands at, X amount of hours long? And the only other thing I'd ask as we're developing this and thinking about it is that every one of these trainers in this room, the folks that are training folks, if we're getting into a situation, as I said in the very beginning, where we're doing hand-to-hand combat and things like this that's going to require us to get additional insurance, I would argue that the vast majority of the trainers could not afford the insurance that an MMA or a karate studio has, okay? So I'm just asking for some boundaries here, and just think about what we could call this program, and I'll shut up.
Oh, I think that's a great point. And you don't see on here where it says any type of parameters in terms of what it looks like. So I think if we did it as like a classroom training, that's probably the best way to do it now. And then if a business or a contract security, if whoever else says, well, we want to do the hand-to-hand, we want to do that, what is it, the SIM training, is that what they call it? If you want to add that, I think that's great. It's great for liability purposes, great for the industry, great for the public. But I think we at the very least need to figure out what's the baseline, because we don't want to put people out of business. If we're saying you have to do this training, oh, by the way, you've got to get this additional insurance, you've got to have someone who can, put hands on someone. And
so at this point, I think it would be good to kind of break them up, CPR, and then the de-escalation. I think CPR is pretty easy to tackle. You either go with the American Heart Association or any other certification class. I think we can generally come up with some good guidelines for training should they want to take that route. But where I really think we should focus, and what's going to take the most time, is breaking down the de-escalation. What does that part of the training look like? What are we going to dive into non-handcuffing techniques? Or should we stay away from it? Like, what does that look like? And that's going to help determine what this training looks like and where we proceed from here. But otherwise, we're just spinning circles right now until we start tackling the de-escalation portion.
I agree. Jeff, do you want to pull up from the general training kind of the portion that talks about de-escalation? I did. Sam's been be out for 2 months. Vacation. So I haven't. He usually does a report and it shows all the complaints. So I haven't seen it yet. So.
The last report I had on here was we were told the whole lot.
Yep. I have. Kevin reached out to
what did you
the
say?
people that tweeted about it.
The guy.
Uh-huh.
So
And they said we're going to file it.
well, I hadn't seen it.
So I haven't seen it. But normally I would look up, see what new complaints have come in. That,
You've already responded to Alex and Kevin and
video.
Yeah.
today.
I said I haven't seen it. Russell wasn't filed and hasn't been a response because realistically he could have wrote now. That's why I like to look at the CCR that Hosam sends to say, okay, all complaints have been filed this week for PPS.
Somebody taking his place.
Yeah, but that's what I was gonna say. He's good.
If we go to the section before, that kind of leads up into it. That's it right there. Yes, sir. De-escalation.
I think one of the things that we want to ask ourselves is, so as I've said before, I think we're poised in a very good position here because we thought about this before they came along and said, hey, you got to put this in there. So I think that's good. We just need to know whether we have enough de-escalation or do we need to add, and I think it'll be really easy to add 2 or 3 scenarios to what we've got and have your classroom act them out. I saw a good piece on the news one night where Royal Range has some special training where they had a guy standing in there and you'd walk in and encounter this guy who was being belligerent and not compliant, and you got to play it out. What are you going to do? How are you going to talk to this guy, and what are you going to say to him? And I mean, I know it's play acting, but so there we already have folks out there doing that, and I think we could add some of that and get plenty extra time if we don't have enough already.
I'm just, again, cautioning you on that because Royal Range has the insurance for them to do force-on-force training, and that's essentially what we're talking about.
We keep talking this force-on-force. Are we proposing that we teach people to put hands on other people? Is that something we are intending to train, yes or no?
That's what I'm cautioning against.
Well, what I saw that night on the news, they were talking about de-escalation and just how to talk to this guy. Verbal judo, feel, felt, found. How are you going to approach this guy? And they didn't go into on the news piece that it was hands-on and that we're going to drag him out of here eventually. The intent was to talk him out.
But if the person is intoxicated and irrational because they're at a bar drinking, which is ironically where all of this training is focused on, ABC boards only. So again, is there a point at which you say, I do have to put hands on people, it's a realistic expectation, and is that something we are going to train, or is that something we are going to stay away from with what we're about to do? I just think that's going to help guide how we tackle this. We either commit to we're going to go hands-on or commit to being absolutely avoiding it at all costs. We don't train it.
Well,
I'm asking for an in-between. So you can talk about ways to restrain people. You can explain what it is without physically doing it in a classroom. When you physically do it in a classroom, I'll guarantee maybe Blaze, his place can afford that insurance, but the other trainers, a lot of these folks are not going to be able to afford the insurance that does the force-on-force training. You're going to be limited to something that's already limited across the state of Tennessee if we start putting hands on people in a classroom. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Well, the de-escalation stuff that I'm talking about is not putting hands on people. It's the verbal judo stuff that we were taught back when I was working for TWRA because your backup didn't exist. When you're the only officer assigned to an entire county, and I mean your backup is you got to you talk your way into it and you talk your way out of it.
So Jeff, am I interpreting that what you're saying right now is that we are not going to breach the teaching of any hand-to-hand or hands-on techniques with this training?
To meet the requirement of the law, and that's what I'm trying to get to. The second part of it that we've talked about on endless from the very beginning, and what I had concerns with from the very beginning was the safe restraint techniques, the second part of the law. If we don't address that in some way, shape, or form, hey, we can talk de-escalation all day long. We can write a book on it this thick. But when it comes to putting hands on people, using diagrams, using videos, using whatever, we can do that too. But it really isn't. Either we're dipping our toe in the pool, that's what they forced us to do right now, or we have to dive in. If we're diving in, that's going to have some very serious financial and legal consequences across the state if we dive in the pool. I'm just cautioning against that. I can see where this really is going to put, we talked about out in the break area, is that you're really going to put these guards in a position where they're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. And that's the problem I got with it. I just don't think we should carry this so far that we're putting the hands on folks. We can explain what that looks like. We can play a video of what it looks like. But when we tell folks that, hey, it's okay to do this to folks that already had problems doing it, we're just throwing gas on the fire. That's all we're doing.
If you go to like slide 63, it talks about the use of force continuum, and it specifically addresses, the physical holds and restraints. And I think, if this is already go back one more. If you're already covering this in the general training, I think it would be kind of strange realistically to say we're talking about the use of force continuum. We're talking about when you can use physical holds and restraints, and then we do a specific training on de-escalation and safe restraint, and then you say, well, you should, don't really do it. It just becomes strange.
No, I'm not saying we don't really do it. All I'm saying is we can teach it in a way where we don't have to do that in a classroom. The bottom line there, de-escalation should be the focus and objective of every difficult and potential hostile situation is on every single slide in this section. I don't think we changed that throughout the entire training.
And I think you're absolutely right. And I think that should also be the focus of that additional training, especially as you're saying safe and proper, restraints. Well, you don't have to get to a restraint if de-escalation is met. And that limits a lot of liability. I know it's not always going to be possible. I think that was Blaze's point of there's going to be plenty of situations where you're probably going to have to put hands on someone.
We can demonstrate that with pictures, with videos.
Right.
I can show what a seated restraint looks like. I can show what a gift wrap looks like. I can show what supine looks like. In this case, these folks were using the prone position, and anyone who uses a prone position knows that you shouldn't have them down there for more than 10 minutes. That's just kind of these things we can teach them without physically putting hands on folks. Not to say that they shouldn't put hands on folks, but I'm just saying when we train this, it's going to be difficult on a lot of these trainers to have that type of scenario.
And I don't know enough about insurance requirements, so I'll defer to you on that, obviously. But if it would be a situation where the state was trying to mandate and say, you all have to put hands on people, and then all of a sudden, oh, by the way, to do that, you're going to have to, double your insurance. I don't
There's
think
only
that's feasible.
really 4 companies that'll insure a security company, period. Eldorado's probably the biggest of all of them. Now, you don't have that competition that you'd have in a lot of other industries. So when we go to them as a trainer and we've added that piece that we're doing force-on-force training, our insurance rates are going to go through the roof. And let us have an incident where we don't have that insurance, forget about it. We're done. So that's all I'm cautioning.
Would it not also solve this problem as well as another just to go ahead and sanction and do a class for restraints, its own specific class, and let's do it the same way as every other less than lethal elective?
I think that's kind of what we're saying is try to separate it.
Yes,
I think that makes the most sense.
Let's just do that, and that eliminates all the problems. I mean, then we're done with this discussion, and then trainers that don't want to teach it don't have to teach it. They're not required, and then those that do or that need it can.
Are we still saying even if it's separated that it still adds the hand the force on force training?
I'm just cautioning, and I'll say it for the umpteenth time, that I'm cautioning this committee to dive in the pool. We could put our toe in there, but we've already got our back against the wall because of this law. We need to be very careful when we develop the standards. Because if we develop a standard that, as the young man alluded to, if his company says you can't put hands on people and we've trained them to do that, that puts that guard in a very awkward position.
I understand. I guess I'm just trying to get
agree.
at, if we're saying they are separated though, is it feasible, one, because I think that's the first question is, obviously we don't want to say that this is a state mandated requirement if it's not feasible across the industry because we don't want to set people up for failure. But then two, I think that's then we also look at the content of it. So I think
we're beyond that, Mr. Gentry, and that's where I'm going with this is we've already crossed that line. We got to be careful now. Right. We've already crossed the line. There's no, if you say that the observe and report model, with this new law, that's out the window. So we need to be very careful. That's all I'm cautioning against. And if we use what we already have in place and we expound upon that at least it doesn't get rid of the liability, but it at least mitigates a lot of it. And that's where I'm going with this is we caution. And I'll shut up. I'm sorry if I'm talking too much, but
it's great feedback. If it is separated, this goes back to Blaze Lane's point from way earlier. If it's separated, how much of it though is slides? The 20-some slides, I guess, going from public relations all the way to de-escalation. How much of that is recycled to say you're going to relearn this on day 2 and just go over it again, versus how much of it should be additional diagrams and other training models?
What we did in the ARM training is we used all the same slides, and then we add deadly force to that. Okay? Same thing here. We can take all the same slides and add additional verbal de-escalation techniques. The book that I sent to everybody that's on the drive has a wealth of resources on there that we can use and adopt in this program from a trainer in California who's already been down this road. So that's what I'm proposing is, hey, let's use something. It's not an industry standard. There is none. There isn't a national standard. There is none. But at least we're listening from an expert who's went through what this committee's fixing to go through right now, and they've already faced all the obstacles we're fixing to hit. So again, I know I promised to shut up. I'll shut up.
Gentry, if I could offer, I don't really see the complication with this. I worked in a training academy for 10 years. I was a defensive tactics instructor. What I see here is just kind of an add-on and a kind of a weave into, because when I've taught use of force, I didn't, and I'm talking about from the standpoint of private protective services, I never went hands-on with anybody. I was simply talked about the use of force, when they can use force, when they cannot. And at the end of the day, I always told all of the students, if you use force, you're responsible for justifying your use of force. That's all I've told them. And so with this de-escalation, I don't see a real issue. As long as we just put that information in there and keep that use of force like it is and tell them when they can use force, we move on.
I agree with Donald, but the second part of law, Donald, that's where the issue is when you read it, complete training and de-escalation techniques, and the second part is safe restraint techniques. That is something we haven't been teaching in a classroom. We've taught use of force, we've taught de-escalation, but up to this point, I don't know of any trainer that's actually teaching techniques to restrain someone unless they were teaching handcuffing. All right? And
CPI has it.
Mostly hospitals.
for hospitals.
Yeah.
And that's where, that's.
One other
that's where
thing,
I'm going.
I think we're maybe making it too complicated. Tennessee state law under 3911-611 says you can use force, the amount of force that's reasonably necessary to effect arrest, and that's a civilian or a law enforcement officer. 3911-614 says you can use force to prevent a trespass. You can use force to prevent unlawful interference with property, which would be, actually damage to property or it could be actually stealing property. So the law allows a person to do that, whether they're a security officer or not. And I tell all security officers, don't let anybody hurt you. Do whatever you got to do to keep from getting hurt. And we do in most of these companies, observe and report. I have taught handcuffing for a few different companies. Some of them do not want the physical takedowns taught because in the class they don't want their people hurt, even on the mat. And a lot of it is go through the motion. It's not really doing it. And just like Donald said, and I've done that with a lot of security companies over the years because they don't want their people injured and they don't want that to happen. And I understand that. But anyway, that's my 2 cents, and I'll be quiet.
Go back to slide 63. I mean, how much of it could we just use the slides that are already here? Go back one more. I'm sorry. It must be 60. How much of it is taking this and just kind of building this out more? Because I feel like if this slide is already talking about the physical control and holds, and if you don't want to do the force on force, how much of it could be just basically using this and let's talk about more when the situations arise where words alone don't work. Give some scenarios. Talk about minimum force using. Talk about using the bare hands. Maybe have some pictures of that. I mean, do you all feel like if we just kind of use what we already have, take this slide in particular, build that out further for, especially for proper use of force. If this is talking about, and we can even talk about, the use of force, use of civilian arrest powers, talk about your legal liability. But if you just build this out, do you think this would be appropriate?
That's exactly what I'm proposing, yes, sir.
Okay.
What Harris was saying, when we go up here to level 5, we're not going to, nobody in here is going to teach a security guard to strike someone in the head with their baton or their flashlight, right? We're going to tell them, thou shalt not do that. You're not supposed to do that. However, like what Leroy was saying, if that person is overpowering you and they have suddenly gotten well, if you're unarmed, then they didn't get your gun away from you, but let's say they're going to stab you with a knife or they're going to hit you with something and you hit them in the head with that baton, then you're going to be in court and you're going to say, Your Honor, I was beginning to see the darkness and he was about to kill me and I felt like that I was going to have to do this to defend my life. Then you strike him in the head with a baton and you save yourself. And to his point, you didn't let him hurt you. You made it home. So yes, you can use force and be justified in doing so. Then it goes back to what Jesse's been saying all along, the totality of the circumstances. You met those 3 pillars for deadly force, and if you meet those 3 and you articulate that in court, you're probably going to be justified in doing what you did. So I think as long as we teach this like it is, then, I mean, and like I've said before, you're going to have sometimes your adversary, by observing and reporting, we always start out on level 1, which is just officer presence. Just you being there in uniform is a level of force. It's step 1. But the bad guy can start at 5 and never back up. And we've seen cases of that. And when that happens, and the perfect example is the situation here in Metro 6 or 8 months ago when Metro Police pulled somebody over and a passenger got out with a butcher knife in each hand and went back and attacked the car and the officer, and he ended up shooting him and killing him, and I haven't heard another word about that. Probably because he was justified in what he did. And end of story. So that's my 3 cents worth, maybe.
Someone want to kind of take lead, I guess, on developing what those slides would look like?
I'll volunteer.
Okay. I wasn't sure if anyone had any materials or.
For which one, the de-escalations? Mm-hmm. I can do the de-escalation if I need to. I'm looking at it right here.
Okay.
Through a class that I take. And you can break it down to a 4-hour block or you can make it all day. And I have not. I could take some of it off.
A company.
It's proprietary.
You have to,
I've had it too.
you have to pay for it.
I can pick.
But some of the stuff really is not proprietary.
Yes.
Even though
And it's great
I think it
stuff.
is.
And then if you want to go to the level before this, the restraints, it gets into that section too. But that's on a different day. But we got to remember when we add stuff in here, is it going to still be the required time?
Well, if we're saying this is separate,
Okay.
I think that's what we're looking at. If
Right.
this is separate, so I think
Should be.
let's start to figure out what that looks like. Start to figure out some slides, and then hopefully by the next meeting have something to either vote on or tear into a little bit and make some changes.
That's my thing. You know, do we have enough, or do we need to supplement it? And if we need to supplement it, then we need the supplemental material. And if we've got enough, then we're done.
In the current training, and just throwing this out there, it's about 9.5 minutes. So I don't, you know.
Right. Gotta go a little more.
Okay.
How long is Moab?
Depends on which one.
Okay, the basic one. How long is that?
1 day or 2 day.
Okay. And is that common for most of the other restraint type trainings?
Yeah.
Couple days.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you do the advance, it's 2 days.
Okay. What all do you think is kind of appropriate for maybe a baseline?
I think 1 day is great.
Okay. So like an 8-hour class?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure because we are kind of looking, both for this purposes, for putting this out there, but I think until the training is, mandatory, we're going to have to at least promulgate a rule to say, hey, if you're certifying for the other trainers that aren't here, obviously, but if you're certifying these individuals as having completed this, what does it look like if you're teaching this on your own? Is this a 4-hour, 8-hour?
I had some healthcare facilities been my
You all think it would be appropriate to say that you could meet de-escalation training having either done this type of training that's created by the training committee or Moab or something else, if that way the employer says, well, we're not going to pay to have both. Is that feasible?
And correct me if I'm wrong, ACO commissions are a hospital funding for Medicare to have.
They say which one, but JACO does say.
Exactly, and but they're going to say one or the other, not the state of Tennessee's if we develop it here.
Yes, I mean, for our registration purposes, though, for, if a guard who comes to us, do we want to say, you need to either have done this training or some other, what would you say, nationally certified organization who does de-escalate? I mean, what kind of credentials are we talking about? Recognized for de-escalation training?
Yeah,
Okay.
a recognized de-escalation training course.
It's approved by the commissioner.
Yes,
Don't y'all have it on other
yeah.
stuff?
We do. I'm just trying to make sure that we put a good baseline out there so that way people who are saying, hey, I trained all these guards to do X, Y, Z, that we can say, yes, this is what our rule says, it meets that. We're just trying to be fair and put people on notice. Okay. I think we can just do it.
That's going to be the problem.
Did I make a joke or something?
Oh, I think he's laughing at some of our regulations. Is that safe to say?
Right. If we're going to be speaking, we have to do anything we can.
Putting people on notice after the
What
fact.
Frank and I were just saying is that the programs that he's discussing allows the use of less than lethal devices, allows the use of handcuffing, whereas as a committee we're trying to develop something that does not. So we're looking at modifying it any way you slice it, in my opinion.
So far, we really haven't reinvented anything. I mean, we're still pushing the same old stone wheel that was hewed out a long time ago. So I don't think we necessarily need to come up with anything miraculously new. I mean, I think what we've got is pretty good. We just want to make sure that it's going to. We want to fill enough time, and we're not just trying to fill time, though. We're trying to fill the time with meaningful training and an opportunity to bestow upon someone else the right things to do under the right circumstances.
How much time are we talking?
You said we had about 9 minutes on this right now.
That's where I was going with this. A lot of things that they're proposing wouldn't apply in this particular situation because the security officers wouldn't have those tools and resources. So,
I like what you're saying.
Maybe
These other things that I put in there, at one time we just sort of stopped at the end of the use of force, but then I put some de-escalation techniques and some examples.
I think what we got there is about, it's less than 30 slides to my recollection, Mr. Winfrey, and I timed it at around 9.5 minutes. And that's where I'm going with this is, I don't know that I don't think we're gonna get to 8 hours, in my opinion, Frank, because under this, they're not gonna have a lot of the tools, the less than lethal tools that they would have in a hospital. They would.
Now that 8 hours, is that the additional training that they must receive as an unarmed guard, or is that the renewal training that they would have to have in addition to their 2 hours every renewal?
Yeah, the de-escalation is what I was talking about, and they proposed 8 hours.
So we're talking about an unarmed guard who's going to work downtown. We're talking about 12 hours of training total, correct?
Well, that doesn't include the first aid then. So that's what I'm trying to bring out here is that I don't know that we can make an 8 hour. Well, we probably could. I mean, but a lot of the things that are discussed in that 8 hour training program, because I've been through it, is involves equipment that under the current statute that we're dealing with, these guards aren't going to have those tools.
Don't take this wrong, but I mean, I like for a guard to get as much as they can. That way it's less liability they have against them or the company or the client. Guards these days, I mean, they get them in and get them out, and I am totally against that. And even my GM knows that. You can't learn anything in freaking 4 hours. This is not going to happen.
Well, that's
That's why we have the issue there.
That's what I've said all along about, the amount of time we spend on the range, the number of rounds we fire. I mean, you don't get proficient with 20 or 30 minutes worth of this, that, or the other, and
50 rounds.
one 50-round qualifying course.
And we're one of the few states that are low. I mean, I'm an instructor in 5 different states, and their basic stuff is just 40 hours. And that's not even going to the range.
When Alabama does better than you, you should really look at yourself in the mirror.
Or Mississippi.
Or Mississippi.
I would say Mississippi. But, I mean, it's just it's to make the state of Tennessee better. That's all we're looking for.
But in our defense, Kentucky and Mississippi doesn't have any requirements at all, right?
We don't live there.
Right.
I'm familiar that there are some states out there that don't do anything, and there are some states out there that do 100 times more than we do. I already know that, but certainly don't want to be. I don't think we want to be on the end where we're not doing anything.
No.
That was my point, yeah.
And we don't necessarily have to be the hardest state on earth to get a armed guard license or unarmed guard license either, but adequate training is you can't put a price on it, really. So Jesse, do you feel like we're in good position with just our regular unarmed and armed guard training as far as the de-escalation that we've got in there, or do you feel like we need to add to that?
I think in terms of meeting the requirements that didn't change, what we have is good. But I think in terms of these new requirements, we probably need to figure out what we're going to add. And I think it sounds like we're separating it anyway, so it'll cover it. But I think that the biggest things we're going to figure out is, how long do we feel is appropriate for this training to be? I mean, if we're saying it's 20 slides is about 9 minutes, so I'll just say say if it takes 10 minutes to do it, that we're probably all in agreement that that's too short. I saw one person shake their head, but we probably need to figure out what we're comfortable with.
Well, we can't have 8 hours either, but I mean.
Right, so we need to figure out what that looks like. And I think Dustin Madison might have sent some information too about slides. So we just need to figure out how many scenarios we're adding, how many diagrams, things like that, what we're going to take to get to or what we feel good about too. And I think.
Is that what I forwarded to you from him?
He did.
Okay. He did put in some of the classroom stuff that he does for de-escalation.
So I think we probably need to figure out, I can't remember if Angel or Frank or someone said they were going to take lead probably in that de-escalation, or Angel's going to take lead on it.
I'll work with Angel.
If anyone else has any other, I know Donald talked about having some de-escalation things that he's done previously. If anyone else has done anything else de-escalation that they think would be good to add to, a PowerPoint or a training curriculum about de-escalation or restraints as well, because it does talk about restraints. Forward it to Jeff, because I think at the next meeting we probably need to figure out what are we going to use to synthesize it. I mean, if the 8 people on the committee or everyone feels like or no one feels like we need to be teaching certain things, then we'll look at to see what we include. I think that's kind of our next step. So I think if we can get everything completed by next meeting.
I was told that approximately 5 more meetings and this will wrap up. Is that right, Counselor?
I just made that up.
Okay. I was just thinking, I haven't been told that, so, but the sooner we can get this developed, the sooner we can get it done, the sooner, you all can start using it and tell us if it's terrible or if it's great, because, these guards could start, I know it's not required yet, but these guards could start being trained on this as soon as this is developed, even before January 1st, and then that way they've met the requirements before January 1st, and they're good to start those post January 1st.
That was my other question: how long before these materials we've provided is going to be approved, and is there a fast track to getting this one done?
I've sent it up the chain. There's a few things that we have to do internally, and it gets it kind of on a faster way to get it justified and approved. And I think that at this point, they're just waiting to see these materials from any of these changes. So I think once that's done, I've got everything else ready, in terms of the stuff that I had to draft. So I'm ready as soon as y'all are ready. I can get it going to our commissioner. But the sooner we can get that part done, I think. Cody had mentioned earlier we're trying to do these seminars. We want to make sure that we can answer questions across the state, because we don't want to leave anyone hanging out there, liable because they didn't have a trained guard or appropriately trained guard.
I'll commit to having everything with what Frank's given me incorporated to what we already got for the next training meeting, and then we can beat it up, refine it, whatever comes out of that.
That's awesome. And then anyone else has any other materials too, if you want to send them to Jeff, and Jeff can work with Angel, however we get it done. I would like to get it so we can get to a point for the next meeting we can have everything finalized. Obviously, we all appreciate all of your time, but we don't want to have to drag you all to Nashville in perpetuity until this is done. So,
a question: does he want? Now, have we gone on? Are we moving on to the air cuffing next, or how we're going to do this? But to piggyback off that, I have been teaching this stuff that we have implemented, and I've got rave reviews. I had a bunch of renewals come in Monday, and they went through the old stuff because they do it every 2 years. And they says, "This is nice. Who wrote this?" I said, "Well, a bunch of us did." And they were all great with the ARM class.
Did you mention my name?
I did not. I did mention Cody.
You mentioned Cody?
I did.
Okay.
I did. I mentioned everybody.
Feel free. Y'all just feel free. It's not a plug.
Yeah. I told everybody who all developed this and that we put in a lot of time and hours and days doing this. And they said, well, "What took so long?" I said, "It was just what it is." But they do like it.
Good.
And they want more.
And I think too, when we look at especially like de-escalation, maybe that's where we consider adding a little bit more flexibility as well, of saying we're going to come up with the training. But if I mean, some of you especially that work for, I'm thinking of like Dustin, for example. I know he's not here, but someone who works for a large company where they're training guards, and I guess you do too, Frank. You're training your guards in house, and if your company says, "Hey, we want all these people to have, this specific hands-on training or force-on-force training," whatever it looks like, that maybe we say, okay, well, that would also meet the de-escalation, especially if it's above what we're developing. But yeah, I think that that's kind of the next thing, is figuring out when we start getting this out there. If y'all are using it now, though, any of the other parts, it's good to hear. And especially if there's any thing that they're saying, "Hey, let's change this," or you want to change it.
Anybody else tried it on any guinea pigs yet?
Brought the unarmed.
Jack?
We've had really
I
good.
tell you, the first time it was a little because I would get ahead of myself. Then I realized there's objectives and there's a review. And once I did that, it made it so easy to teach, and the people did very well on the test. Once I taught it the way it was, my brain kept going back to my old way, and I would say things before I got to it in the actual presentation. But once I actually followed the presentation, particularly with the objectives and the review, oh man, it was a piece of cake, and they liked it and scored well. So.
Tell them what you're going to teach it, and tell them what you taught, right?
Frank, did you use the examination?
I know those
well?
principles. I just didn't use them
Did you
with
use
that
the same
presentation
exam,
the
too?
first time.
Oh, yeah.
And that was good too? No issues? Good.
I'm not a big fan of 50 questions. I think there should be more, but that's another question.
No, I'm just curious, yeah.
Yeah, everybody likes it.
Good.
Now, they do suggest, and I've heard this since the day one I've been doing this, since I came to Tennessee and got my trainer's license. They want more rounds.
Rounds fired?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm all about that. I'm talking about hamburger thumb. But right now it's very expensive.
No, it's not. I bought a bunch of ammo.
Well,
I bought 80,000 rounds. It was pretty cheap.
Well, yeah, if you buy that many, probably.
He means to say Allied
are you
Universal bought
providing it?
80,000
Are
rounds.
you providing it for your people?
I am, but I'm giving them more than 50.
He's
I mean,
Allied
that's-
Universal.
What's that?
He's Allied Universal.
No. When I teach private classes, they get 200. They got to bring 200 rounds.
We're not giving 200 rounds.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, you wouldn't have any trouble talking me into lots and lots and lots of shooting, because that's just like my analogy of the Titans football quarterback. When he throws that beautiful pass and that receiver catches it and he runs across the end zone and makes a touchdown, that ain't the first time he's thrown, and that ain't the first time that receiver is caught. They do that 50 times a day, 5 days a week, 50 weeks out of the year.
What Titans are you watching?
Well, maybe I used the wrong team.
All right. I need clarification, because you've said some crazy stuff today, but that might have been the craziest.
But the point in general there is, anything you do, you don't get good at it except by doing it a lot and doing it the right way a lot. I mean, you can do it wrong. You've always heard practice makes perfect. That's not true.
Like safe restraining techniques?
Perfect practice makes perfect.
Woo, amen, hallelujah.
I missed that, Blaze. Say that again, please.
Louder.
All right. So I just wanted to wait for the perfect moment where we just said that you cannot get good at something unless you do it and you do it well a lot. Like safe restraining techniques, where my only argument is I'm 100% on board with not going hands-on because of liabilities, all that good stuff. But that's not learning. You cannot learn a safe restraining technique. You can't learn jiu-jitsu by osmosis. Like, you have to actually do it. That's my whole thing about teaching, is that we are presenting standards, and that's one thing. And then there's instruction, and then there's teaching.
I don't think I mean, I certainly don't disagree with that. I think our only disagreement has ever been how you give the people I mean, you got to present it to them some way, and then I mean, I use PowerPoint, it keeps me on track. But if I'm going to teach you how to load a magazine, you're going to do it about 100 times, and I'm going to watch you.
Absolutely. And what I think we're trying to clarify is not even the shooting portion. I think we're all on board with that. But when it comes to the letter of the law, now saying out loud safe restraining techniques, then we need to know what that is. Tell me what a safe restraining technique is. But also make sure that it does not include the taser, the spray, or the baton at this point. And then we have to teach that. Without handcuffs. So, like, all I'm asking is for us to solidify, and no one here is willing to commit to an answer. That's why I keep trying to kind of nail people in a box, because no one wants to. And I think that says volumes about what we're trying to achieve here, is that we're all trying to dip a toe in, but not be committed. So at the expense of what? So when we talk about safe restraining techniques, sure, PowerPoint versus hands-on versus whatever, but at the end of the day, a guard is going to do something, and someone's going to be accountable for it. Where are we placing the blame, if you will? Because everyone is saying the state didn't say that was a safe restraining technique. We just generally said safe restraining techniques. I think we need to nail down what it is and say, hey, this is the proper way to do it.
I don't disagree, but I also agree with the statement that we've been dealt a hand of cards, and there's no redeal.
There is.
Not
there
right
is.
now.
No, there's amendments.
Right at this moment.
No, January 1 there will be when this thing goes back in session.
Well, I don't know about that because I'm not part of that.
I don't know. I will have 6 months. We'll live with it.
I think realistically, if we're trying to create a minimum standard for all guards, I think you're right. We're gonna have to nail down what we're to nail down the law, make sure that they all are very aware of what the law says when they can use restraints. But I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking about liability. This is kind of the floor, of what we're saying. This is what you need to know the law when you can use restraints. Here's some different restraints. And if we don't want to make it non-competitive where we put everyone out of business, you can't get that insurance to do hand on hand. But in terms of liability, I think realistically, if I am hiring security guards for my company and I'm not willing to pay the additional amount to have them get additional hand-on-hand, force-on-force training, then that's a business decision I've made. I'm going to have to live with those repercussions if those guards use excessive force or they don't use proper force, and then that person goes on and beats the daylight out of other people. So I think we can put it all in PowerPoint, but this is the minimum standard. We're saying here's what the law says. Here's when appropriate use of force is done. And if people decide to go above and beyond that, that's great. But if they decide only to use this, we want to make sure that they understand what their limitations are legally. Even if you're right, even if they don't use that hand-to-hand combat, if their company says, whether it's contract security company or PSO, says that, well, we don't, we can't afford it or we're not going to do it, that liability is going to be on them at that point. We're putting what the minimum standard is. Same thing, for my law degree, I had to go pass the bar exam. That's the minimum standards that we've said that attorneys have to practice, but I can still be found incompetent and lose my law license if I go specialize in something else and I'm found not to be competent. So it's the same thing for these guards. And I'm not trying to be catty with it, but same thing for these guards. If they go to some facility where there are a lot of people who are very violent, and the company says, well, we know that this is a problem. We know people get very rowdy here. We've had a history of people being intoxicated, beating up patrons, but we're not going to pay for our guards to know that additional way to restrain them. That liability is going to come back on them. Even if they say they did the state's minimum requirements, well, the state's minimum requirements told you what the law is, when you can use restraint, when you can't.
With all due respect, that was the standing law before now, but we're now the ones paying. So it's not the companies that are just paying the price for that. It's all of us.
I would agree with that. I think that it is spread out more. That's true. Well, I guess we do need to figure out our next meeting date, unless there's anything else that we need to cover on this.
Can we invite legislators? That's a serious request.
It's a public meeting. You can invite anyone you want.
Can we ask them?
If you want to ask your legislator to come, I think that's.
I mean,
fine.
I'm going to CC you guys.
Don't say that. I mean, I'm not suggesting it. I'm just saying it's a public meeting.
Well, hold on now. I want to hear what the spirit was when it was written, and I mean, considering they didn't ask anybody in this room, I want to know.
You want to invite them, you can invite them, but.
I mean, I'd like to hear them.
Sure.
Maybe there's something we're missing. Maybe the industry in here represented doesn't understand as much about the industry as they do. So I'm just genuinely curious. I'm going to invite Representative Beck and Senator Yarborough.
Right. We'll be in here. We'll probably be in 1B again, so make sure they know which conference room. Don't want them to get lost.
Oh, I'll offer to pick them up. You know.
But, it is a public meeting, so they're invited to be here. But by the next meeting, as long as we can get everything in, I think we can wrap this up.
Anybody have? Let's look at. We're looking at what, July.
I was going to ask is if the later in the month that we can put it, so that I can give you something to mull over a week or two before, if it's at all possible and agreeable with everyone.
Wait, no.
See what it's called Jedi mind trick.
If you want to do it in July.
Once school come back in, I know some folks might have kids.
I think the first week of August is usually when school starts. I mean, different.
We do the last week of July, I could have something to you by the 15th of July.
You're late bloomer. Okay, so if we did the 25th or 26th of July.
Yes, sir.
What's that?
I'm gonna be out of
Yes,
town.
it does.
I leave on the.
I don't know. His facial expressions have gotten me through the day.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Deal.
We did put a cardboard poster of him back there. Yeah.
I can't. I said that'd be great.
She'll be back from vacation. Good. Fifth is good for you. Fifth is good.
Yeah, I'll be here.
As of right now, yeah. So
shit or shoot.
We covered cuffing, non-cuffing, air cuffing, fur cuffing.
Trainers all over the state that's calling me constantly. How are we? Where are we on that? We're ready. Can we start doing it? So,
Well, that's one thing, but will they actually do it?
I have no idea about that. But I've got several people that are interested. So that's all I can tell you. I don't know what they'll do.
So what are we doing?
Don't you call me
All right. So at the next meeting, we're going to do what, Jesse? We're gonna finish this de-escalation. We're gonna set it up as a separate module, and then we can. I think that's a good idea, and then we can either, if it's separate and we decide to make it part of the same, nobody has to know that we ever had it separated. If we keep it separate, then we'll just say this is a separate de-escalation module, and what else is it?
The first aid. We'll
First
add
aid.
First aid to it.
So we can do a separate, and let's decide what we're going to call it right now. Blackbird rule, no. It's gonna be a
Legislative
special
governance.
module. We're going to, because Jesse suggested that, right? We'll call it we'll have it a special
CPR and
module,
AC.
and then
CPR and AC.
We call it Jesse's bill.
Let's call it de-escalation and safe restraint training.
And safe restraint. So we're going to put it in the title too.
Safe
We better.
restraint.
I'm just saying, when it comes to safe restraint
Safe
techniques,
cuffing.
I want them enumerated. I want to know what the state believes is safe restraint. Like, what is a safe restraint?
I mean, I kind of agree with that because with what Frank's general manager said earlier, you know, if you teach somebody all about something and then you say, "Don't you do that?"
I mean, what the state's already doing.
I know. And
You can ignore me. That's okay.
you know, there is a train of thought. I was a National Archery in the Schools program instructor, and their frame of thought was, you know, you've always told kids never shoot a bow without an arrow. You know, never pull it back and release it without an arrow being there, because it'll blow up and destroy right there in front of your face or beside your face. So the way they told us to teach that was always shoot a bow with an arrow on the string.
Safe non-cuffing.
Yes, something like that.
So
So
we have like shadow boxing. You could have shadow cuffing.
shadow
No.
cuffing.
Don't say that. No, I agree though. And Blaze, I think your point is if we had a slide that says safe restraint techniques and then we had the slide that said there are none, that probably wouldn't go over well. So we probably need to iron out what those are.
Well, it's just like we had all this de-escalate, 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 14,000 times, and it's like, what does that mean? What's an example of that? So that's why I put it in there.
Well, I mean, when a truck driver is going down a hill and you say, just use your brakes, just use your brakes, just use your brakes, and we never tell them, oh, by the way, there's these runaway ramps in case your brakes fail,
Yeah.
we should probably come up with that and say,
Or-
hey,
or
when
start at
de-escalation
the
doesn't
top
work.
of the hill in a lower gear and don't get so much speed up before you realize you got a problem.
But just like safeties that you say are mechanisms that can break, so can brakes, even if at a lower gear.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm just simple.
Check your
request.
brakes.
Having it called something simple that relates to this topic so that we're not.
Let's just call it first aid and de-escalation.
So we're going to ignore what's in the law. We're just going to absolutely scrap what the law is.
I'm okay with that.
I make a motion.
I mean, I'm for it, but
I don't think we decided that.
I make a motion that Angel comes up with 10 different names and we pick one next time.
I'm
I
interested
second
to hear
that.
how you
I
restrain
second
without
that motion.
restraining. I mean, I just want to see it.
Have Angel pick 10 that we can choose one out of the 10.
We'll have something the next time we meet, and we'll talk about this unknown topic when we get back here on August the 5th.
Hey, Jeff, we need a motion for that meeting.
Can we?
You
make
got
that
one,
motion.
and I second it.
We have a motion from Frankie Lax. I'm sorry, that's Cody's.
Do you need me to put the date in there? I make a motion our next meeting be August the 5th
Too late.
at 9 a.m.
No, you be the adjourn.
Same place, same bat channel.
Next committee meeting.
Second my motion. Need to second my motion.
I already seconded it. I seconded it. Yes.
All right, looks like I have a motion for the committee meeting to be on August the 5th. And the motion was made by Frankie Lax and seconded by Jack Bird. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Are we ready to adjourn?
Let me say one thing real quick. Before everybody goes, on the key, I'm just gonna let all of you keep that key. So next time, bring that with you. I will scrounge up enough to I'll prepare one that's got everything on the next meeting, and then we'll just swap out. And on the one for today, I noticed Cody wanted me to bring something up, the new training form. And when you open up that date for today, there's nothing in there. So you got to go to the other folder, and I just forgot to move them over. I did that late yesterday, right before I went to out all day. So I got in a hurry and I just forgot to put them in the folder. So those files are on there, on that form.
All right, now I have a motion to adjourn by Curtis. Do I have a second?
Second it.
January. All right.
That was good.
I'm so sorry.
That was funny.
That's going to stick, isn't it? I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
All in favor for adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it at 2:05.